Everybody, if you're in the front row, move forward. If you're in the middle row, move forward. Make room for a whole nother row. If you are not right next to the person, everybody in the side, you can be right next to the side. You're going to space allow room for a whole nother row. If you are not right next to the person, everybody in the side, and I want you to
I don't know. We can do
You can just grab a seat around back, and you can just sit in the chair. You have a choice there. The breathing is better laying down, for sure. Or down or you can just grab a seat around back. You can just sit in the chair. You have a choice there. The breathing is better.
Probably. No, I mean, people like this are good.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
Like,
I not see that wave say. Or tap on that mic.
But while we're leaving,
I can test. It sounds everybody speaker. I've been sitting here the whole time. It's not even.
we're gonna do something called control articulation, rotation. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna like move our joints, right? So when we're doing this, what I'm gonna teach you guys is this is a very specific technique to maintain your mobility. As people think about repetitive motion, and this is varies, but mostly we're all injuring ourselves from doing too little in different areas, right? And so, and the other thing too is when you think, okay, I go to yoga, right? This my physical therapist like blew me away with this, but you go to yoga, right? And you're like getting all this mobility. But if your muscles can't get you that mobility, then you don't actually have the mobility. Like you have the stretch, but you don't have the ability to do that with your muscles, then you really don't have the mobility. Like your muscles, you may have a stretch for it, but your muscles haven't been trained to do it. Does that make sense? You guys catch on that? Like your muscles don't know how to get you in that position, then you don't actually have that position. And because we sit like this all the time, we're really good at keeping our scapulars expanded. We're great at doing the old shoulder thing. We're really good at this, but we're way less likely to be able to reach back, right? We're way less likely to be able to reach back without using our shoulders and our neck too. So let's start with our neck. And let's just, I want you guys to think scapular retracted a little bit, like chest out, like Superman, chest out, arms down, shoulders down. And then we're just going to rotate our neck.
You know, email
As people are coming in. And looking at it, we may have over rotated. If this is everybody, are there a lot more people coming in out there? We may have over rotated. We might be able to spread out just a little bit. I don't know.
right here. Keynotes, but
All right, so you're going around, and I want you to notice where, and you can probably see it with me, where your shoulder wants to come up. Instead of your neck going down, right? And I got, you know, I was is that a joke for you? How do you know the guy that's on the stage with the Navy SEAL? Yeah.
I made a little keynote with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's okay. We're gonna do this until we think everybody's in it, and then when you think everyone's in, you say, "Let's go," and you take over. Okay. Right. Yeah. So anyway, I was telling a joke.
So, John, whenever you
Yes.
know, this is
Yeah. This is, I'm just used to people rolling in
Thank you.
late,
That's
so
the-
this is like,
that's the new
my, like,
one.
rolling late thing, right? Yeah. So anyway, no, it's okay. It's all right, dear. It's okay, honey. We're doing this now? Was that what I said? Oh, we're doing this now. Like, whoa, we are doing that now. Okay, so the joke is, yeah, how will you know the guy on the stage is Navy SEAL? because he'll tell you. How you know that the guy that you listened to in the app was a grad at UCLA? And they'll tell you, yeah, magna something. Right on. Okay, so what I want you to notice is when your shoulders come up to try to give you that extra mobility, but you don't want that. You're gonna leave the shoulders down, scapula contracted. That's like, shoulders back. And I just want you to like sweep that chin down, dump the water out of the ear, come back around. Notice when you're pinching, just notice what's going on with that mobility, sweeping them. And then you can just do two of those. And you're going slow, guys, going slow. We're seeing how much mobility we have in that. And we're teaching our neck muscles to not rely on those shoulders to move the neck around. And then let's the other side. Sweeping the chin down, dumping here. And I'm just doing everything I can to stop trying to raise my shoulders.
Probably the team speaking.
To let my neck do the work. And not my
It's
shoulders.
external. It's definitely not HDMI, right?
Right. Cool. And that's the same thing, just
The
with
external, yes,
shrugs.
getting external.
So let's do zombie style. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna shrug. And I want you to
Could be
think
my-
scapular on this. Like really down.
Stop it all.
And then up and out, you got this right. Everybody's good at the whole, if I'm typing on my computer, it's there's as far away as possible as I spin my neck, right? You got that. So let's just, as we do this, let's go ahead and tuck the chin a little bit, because we never tuck the chins, and let's just do way back. Let's really get that scapular contraction. See where I'm really getting it back, but I'm not leaning back. I'm keeping my core nice and firm. I'm coming around. I'm gonna keep going with that, and then I'll switch directions. And again, we're just
Do we
getting
have our live stream on yet?
It is.
It is.
our
I
muscles
figure all the time
trained.
with the people just talking.
As we let
Kind
people
of
in,
moderate the chat. There's some other people having side conversations that you're trying to get.
Count this place up.
Do they pick it
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Remember, scapular contractions, I guarantee you, everyone in this room has a limited mobility back here. Right here. Right? You don't do that enough. Why? Because you do this all the time. Again, I'm right, you might anyone think they have great, okay, good. All right. Okay, so another one is pushing back. So this is gonna be we're not using your ribs to move forward. So you're keeping tight and you're just gonna reach this way. And you're gonna come up over, reach up high, just really trying to just use that shoulder. And then you're gonna reach back. Again, look at me, I'm tightening here. I'm tight, and then I'm reaching back as far as I can and coming around. This is I have very limited mobility here. Some people can get really far back. And just notice if you have a mobility issue that you didn't know you had. Why? And look at me. Look, did you see what I was doing with my neck? I was doing that, right? No, chin tucked. Yeah. Hey, Michael, come on up. Let's do the other arm. And again, Alexandra, you're gonna tell me when everybody's here and you're gonna take over so we can stop doing these crazy cars and do the dance.
We'll pause after that next time.
Okay, right on. Yeah.
I do love dancing, but we might.
Let's just do one more, up here. So you're gonna have everything tight and you're just gonna come up and then come down. And all the way down, this is your elbow, but also want you to do your hands and the wrists at the bottom. So hands and wrists, up, turn, down, hands and wrists. All right, Michael.
Nice. Speed is a force. Let's go. So the live stream is also running. Welcome everybody to the live stream. Welcome everybody to the room. We've got a couple very important pieces before we officially get into it, but feeling nice and loose and limbered? Yeah. Got some great aura scores. Any not so great aura scores?
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
a little bit of mix. That Austin food is fantastic, isn't it? So we're gonna do a quick intro here. One sec. Okay.
Oh, we need to make more room.
Yeah, tightening up. So
you're in the
there's
back,
space up here in front of
If there's any
the television.
space.
Does everyone have their phone on them? Okay. Can we get the slides up? Do we have the new slides, Derek?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Oh, so we'll get these slides up in a second. Very importantly, before we get, frankly, even some of those stretches might have required this next bit.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm loving the red and the black. The red and the black and the white. We are representing. Jeff just gets in here. He's like, all right, Davy Seals, we're getting to work.
let's
Oh,
go.
we got a schedule here. All right.
Yeah.
Michael's kicking things off. Good to see you. So happy Saturday. Let's get through. How great was yesterday, by the way? All right. Welcome to Saturday. It's day one. Again, it's always day one here. Go ahead and take out your phones. Scan that guy. If you don't have a phone, you're good. You can borrow friends after they do theirs. So that should take you to a quick form, which is a waiver.
The synopsis is you could die. So just be clear that you might die. And I haven't killed anybody yet. No. Like all waivers, they are written for the United States specifically. The European Wim Hof instructors don't have waivers. I'm not kidding. Only the US instructors have to use waivers. I'm not kidding with you on that one. Yeah.
And then
It might not be ready for 170 instant waivers, so we'll see. So while you guys are doing the waivers, signing those, I really appreciate it. Just I would say roughly 20 of you came up with some sort of underlying medical condition that you were concerned about. And maybe some of you didn't come up. I don't know. That, I mean, like the fact is that sometimes you don't want to share with a perfect stranger your medical condition. So I get that. I just want to remind you, like, if you're pregnant, definitely don't do the workshop. Just sit and watch. If you have epilepsy or seizure disorder, we talked about that and how you're not going to aggressively breathe at all when we're doing this hard breathing. You're not going to be doing that. You're just going to be doing slow rhythmic breathing, staying in meditative state, but not doing the breath holds at all. That's the seizure disorders. And then a number of people with blood pressure, treated blood pressure issues. There's no reason why you can't do the workshop from what I could tell, and you should still always consult your doctor. But
can we get the QR code back up?
Yeah, let's leave that up. And also, while you're doing the waiver, I just want to, this is something that came up in the staff room yesterday that I thought was a really good model for how to think about this workshop in general. And it's, have the wisdom to know the game you're playing with this. This is not like, yeah, we're going to talk about obstacles, and the ice bath is certainly an obstacle for sure, right? And we're going to talk about the stress that comes in to approaching an obstacle. But if for some reason your internal wisdom is saying this is not a good idea, it's okay to not do it. And by the way, let's have the love to accept people no matter what they decide to do, and then let's have the self-mastery.
Discipline,
the discipline. I really can recite these by heart, I promise you. The discipline, right? To make the right decision for ourselves, and the courage to enact that decision. So, you guys, it's like, I mean, it's amazing. It turns out your bodies were designed to breathe and be exposed to cold. So it's like, I'm not trying to scare it, but there were enough people that came up to me with issues that I just want everybody to be cool about it, be smart, To
make that explicit too. And has everyone signed the waiver? Yeah. You have to find a phone number. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
So courage.
you have 175 contacts here in the room, so I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Every virtue has that mean, right? The virtuous mean in the middle of excess and deficiency. So courage was the virtue that Aristotle used when he describes this. You can have too much courage. You don't want to jump out of a plane without a parachute. I know there were some folks who had conversations with Jeff, and the recommendation was, hey, you might want to consider sitting this out.
Or I told you straight up not to do it.
If that's you, and I know that in a community like this and attracted to the work that we're attracted to, like, we're like, oh, let's go. I can do this. I'm going to be well held and supported. And that's true. And also, if you were told explicitly, hey, you might want to consider not doing this, again, that vice of excess of courage, we don't want to go too far. So if that was you, just again, consider where that should fall for you. And if you want to be one of our team helpers for the day, we're happy to hook you up with a great t-shirt, and you can be officially one of the supporting cast. So I want to say that. And then again, just like all the things we're going through this weekend, Wim Hof, check it out in the book. Areté, the chapter is A Cold Shower a Day, page 746 and 747. Search Wim Hof in the app. Brian's got philosopher's notes on the Wim Hof method. Okay. We've also got some heroic targets. Cold exposure and breath work are in heroic targets. So you can add those to your protocol, whether it's a cold shower a day or the cold plunge a day, or whatever it is. And then before Jeff officially takes us deep dive, I'm so excited about all the pieces of breath work, the ice bath. Alexandra, I think, is floating around here, and if not, she's going to be coming back up. She's going to drop us in with a quick meditation that kind of takes what we did yesterday, grounds it in, prepares us for what's coming up today as we continue this live experience. Alexandra, you can do this, Mike. And then again, does everyone have space now? Does anyone not have space? There's a little bit of space in the front still, and we can get a little bit tighter as well.
Perfect. All right, ready to dance? I know some of this is out of your guys' comfort zone, right? We've talked about it, Matt. Still working on it. Oh, that was the cold plunge with Jeff. Jeff was like, everybody should get in.
Where's the picture? Is there a picture?
And they just randomly put it up.
Just randomly put it up. We can just leave it up. I kind of just like, yeah. So if you ever go visit Brian, like he does, like, you know how he has his routine, you know, he talks about his routine. Like he has his routine. So he's like, Jeff, I'm going to go cold plunge. Let's go. I'm like, okay, let's go. And the family follows. I'm like, I put my bathing suit on, and he gets in, and I'm like, I'm getting in with you, dude. And his face went boom.
I'm out there making up for some burpees I didn't do this morning, and here I am on the. Let's go back to those. I gotta narrate this action too. This is so fun.
Yeah.
This is after. Look at that. That's did you give the inside story on Eleanor there? She was shirtless. But the team added the heroic. That's right. Mommy approved, you know. Oh my God, dude, that was so funny. So we're hanging out. You already told a little bit of it. We go on a great walk, and what's that? No, of course. Go back to us in the cold plunge. I'm sitting there. We're doing it right, and he invites himself in. I'm like, dude, not a big cold plunge, bro. How about you? Go back to me and him only. I found that one just ridiculous. Like, what are you doing in here? Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so glad we captured that moment. Look at that. I'm just sitting there cuddling up with Jeff.
Yeah. Okay, Alexander, back to you.
Hey, let me say one more thing. So then I know we had a sequence. We're gonna kind of do this on the fly. So I'm wearing my Toronto FC sweatpants. I got my jacket that I'm gonna be putting on as I get all warmed up. Apparently the U.S. men's national team is staying in this soccer team, staying in this hotel. So Patrick made a wrong turn yesterday on the second floor or something and found it. And he said, hey, dude, maybe John Herdman, who was the head coach of the Canadian men's national team, knows somebody on the, you know, whatever. And we got to get him some books, you know. So I'm like, speed is a force. John, Know anybody on the men's national team? Yeah, I'm best friends with their coach. Let's go. Sends him a text. 2 minutes later, I'm texting up with him. So I'm going to meet him at noon. I do not want to have a frozen brain. So I want to do what we can to get us, our crew in, if we can, in so I can get warmed up, so I can be reasonably competent. Because you're going to freeze me out. And anyway. So
Let's go.
Yeah. So we'll figure out the sequencing of things. But when do you think that's going to start? Just so I have it in my head. First dip.
So you want to go through first round?
Yeah.
Yeah. 11-ish?
11-ish. Perfect. No, that's good.
15?
Yeah. Cool. Then on the popsicle brain will be defrosted.
Yeah.
We'll be good.
Yeah, man. No, it's only 65 degrees and cloudy up there, and we only have 4 tons of ice. So I think
Dude, I think it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
All right, I'm fired up. I had to celebrate that ridiculousness. And now I don't know where we were with the show.
Let's roll. Alexandra.
Yeah, so you do not want that. I'm gonna thing or two, but we're gonna hand it back over.
I'm not leading. You just start the music. Let's go.
All right, brother.
Like 2 minutes. 2-minute dance. We'll do a short meditation so we can jump into this.
Nice.
Let's do this.
This day is gonna be
Now when it's time to do the cold plunge, and I go, go! And you're like, yeah. All right, you know what to do.
Na, 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 na. I'll just be up there singing for you all. That's gonna be my role. You think that's funny? I think I'm a good singer. I tell my kids that I have a record deal, and they pay me millions to sing and dance, and they're like, "No way." All right, awesome. Let's just do a little meditation. We can do standing or sitting, whatever you guys. We'll just do quick, just so Jeff can jump in. Gently closing your eyes. Just noticing how you're feeling in your body this morning. Be feeling your heartbeat. Just focusing on your breath. Noticing any sensations that arise as you breathe in and breathe out. Take a moment to feel grateful for yourself. Grateful that you're here. Grateful that you're showing up for your life. Allowing gratitude to fill your heart. Bringing to mind a few things that you're grateful for. Feeling grateful for this amazing community, all the heroic humans in this space. And then just setting an intention for today. Who do you want to be? How do you want to show up? Taking a moment to step into your greatest and most heroic self right now in this moment. Embodying your energy, work, and love identities. Taking one more deep cleansing breath. Feeling ready to rock the cold plunge, ready to rock the day. Smile if you're feeling it. And then you can gently open your eyes when you're ready. Then let's do give high fives. Let's do this to your neighbor. Woo!
All right. Hey, anybody got a couple extra towels? 2 extra pool towels? Would you mind these two? my friend Sam and my son Bryce, we didn't stay at the hotel, I was staying with Sam. They ended up without towels. Thank you so much. I think we're good. Yeah, okay, cool. Awesome. Extras. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get a hard time for this. But Bryce, I was asking Bryce yesterday at dinner, I was like, hey, what did you think of the event? He's like, liked the event, give it 2 thumbs up. And he's like, yeah, and the adults were cool. These are my words, not his. Like, I can't remember exactly how he said it, but he basically said, yeah, they were like laughing and moving around and doing things and doing burpees. I mean, I've never seen adults do that. Something like that, right, Bryce? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get a hard time for that. All right. So yeah, so right on. Very cool. My name's Jeff Everidge. I'm gonna introduce myself and my heroic journey as a Wim Hof instructor in a second. But I do want to start with the work of the workshop. If anyone wasn't here, was anyone not here yesterday other than Sam? Anyone else not here yesterday? A couple people weren't. So if you hear me say, what about that ice bath? The response is right on. Very cool. And of the new people, if you do have some sort of like condition like epilepsy or pregnancy that you'd like to talk to me about, please grab me before you get in the ice bath. But I'll talk about all that in a second. We're going to go into the breathing part of the method. The Wim Hof method is 3 parts: mindset, breathing, and ice bath. And we're going to talk about all 3 and workshop all 3 as well. A lot of this is doing, not talking about it. And at the end of different sections, you'll have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions around the science, and I'm happy to talk to anyone about the science afterwards as well, because there's a ton of it. I could spend 4 hours just on the science and all the studies. I think there's like 25 peer-reviewed studies of Wim Hof method of some sort or another. It's pretty well proven for the things that it does. It's not a panacea. It's not a cure-all. It doesn't cure cancer or anything. It's really, really good for certain things, and I'll talk about those things as we go. But first, I just want to talk, and by the way, I have a checklist on a clipboard. Yeah, I use it every time, and I've been using it well before I learned about heroic and read the checklist manifesto. But now I can say why I use a checklist. And first thing I want to do is just really quick. I want to check in with you guys. I want you to kind of give yourself a 1 to 10 on your stress level right now. So if you're high stress, highly aroused, super excited, or anxious or whatever, then you give yourself a 10. And if you're, really grounded, really relaxed, just ready to roll, you give yourself a 1. And so don't think too much about it. Just like, where are you at right now? And feel it. Maybe where do you feel the anxiety or the fear or the excitement or whatever? Where is it welling up in your body? And I also want you to check in on any pain you're in. You might have noticed when you're doing the rotations, that your neck actually has a little tenseness and pain. Or like if it's my neck, it's like snap, crackle, and crunch. Like it's like crispies going on in there. And so just notice any pain you feel right now as well. Like just do a really quick check-in to see where you're at. Does that make sense? Because we want to compare. Because there's no point in doing things that don't help. Right? If you come out and you're like, no, I'm just as stressed out as before, and I'm just as in pain as before, and I'm just feeling like the same thing, then don't do Wim Hof method. It doesn't work. But if you don't check, you're not measuring, you're not going to know. And I'm just checking. There is a little bit of space here on the side if you can't lay down, and if you're in back and you're kind of stuck and you can't lay down. There's a little bit here. There's a little bit right here. So if you're kind of jammed up in the back, just know that there's other spots you can move to, and just feel free to do that. Also, I know that a lot of people really don't like or can't sit on the ground for a long time. So know that you can stand up anytime you want, and you can move around all you want. Workshop, again, not lecture. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do a quick check-in on how we breathe. And so I'm going to just have a timer. That's what my phone's up here, and I need to make sure my phone is on airplane mode. Do not disturb total, and I'll get the timer up. So I'm just going to set a timer for a minute. And what I want you to do is for that minute, I want you to count your breaths and also notice where it's coming from. So you can put a hand on your chest and your belly, and You're not trying to influence your breath at all. Like this isn't the time to go, oh, Brian would tell me to breathe like this. No, I want you to literally just be the observer. Notice how you're breathing and where you're breathing from. So how many breaths did you take in the minute? And then did it come from your belly, chest, or both? Make sense? All right. So ready, go. And again, you're not going into some deep meditative state. You're not trying to affect your breathing. You're just noticing your breathing. That's why I'm going to keep talking to you. You're like, Jeff, stop. I'm like, no, just count your breaths. Where are they coming from? This is sort of your day-to-day state of how you breathe. There's no wrong answer to this as well. This is just data. And it's one of the hardest things to do is to observe yourself without changing your behavior. So try to do that, see where you're at. I'll say cue the music. All right. 5 more seconds. And stop. All right, just by a show of hands, who noticed that they were more chest-ish, kind of chest breathers? Yeah, okay, cool. How about belly breathers? Or a mix of both? Yeah, a little bit of both. Cool, awesome. Who had like 5 reps, 5 full in and outs or less? Few people, cool. And how about 5 to 10? Over 10? Right on. So you guys can see like there's a broad range of categories of how we've trained ourselves or been trained, or our bodies just naturally breathe, right? It's so that gives you insight into how you're breathing day to day. But what's cool about breathing specifically that's different about than pretty much any other system in your body is that you literally control your breathing to a certain extent. Like if I said, stop your heart or slow your heart down, you could do things to influence your heart to slow down, but you couldn't actually just stop your heart or just slow your heart down. But I say slow your breathing down, you can do that right away. I say stop breathing for a certain amount of time, you can just stop breathing. Right? And let's just all try it. Stop breathing. That's amazing. I'm just telling you, that's amazing. I mean, that one little fact allows you to control something that is generally uncontrollable, which is your autonomic nervous system, right? You can control something that happens automatically anyway. And there's, what's that? All right, we're already getting snarky. Yeah, yes, yes. You can start breathing again. So you guys know what happens if you're above water and you hold your breath for too long, what happens? You pass out, right? And then when you pass out, what do you start doing again? You start breathing again. Yeah, exactly. So let's do a little test on this controlling the uncontrollable. And I know a lot of you, if you've been following Brian's work, he talks about sort of not really the perfect breath, but a really good breath to do for health and longevity. We're going to practice other types of breathing in this as well. And so let's start with just belly breathing, right? And so and go ahead and get those, remember that scapular action, right? Get the chest up, Superman pose, open the chest. But we're really working the diaphragm this time. We're going to do belly breathing. So just, a few deep belly breaths. And so just popcorn style, when you do belly breathing, what is that triggering in you? Like, how do you feel after a few deep belly breaths? Right, yeah, so vagal tone, but I mean, feeling wise, grounded, calmer, right? You like chiller. It's a way to relax you. So you have control through belly breathing to relax yourself. Let's try chest breathing, right? So this is holding the belly pretty firm. We're gonna do the chest and we're gonna do it a little bit aggressively. So And I don't know about you, I'm already getting a little lightheaded, and I'm already feeling the energy come up, right? Right, so it's the opposite. But you can stop, you can stop. You guys are such good students, right? You can stop now. Yeah, she's like, you need to tell me to stop, man. so anyway, so that's what's so cool about that is you have access to a part of your body that just goes on autopilot, and by effortlessly you breathe, and almost it's almost indetectable. Your daily breathing, it's hard to even tell that someone's breathing, like that you're breathing so light and so little, like that's your normal breathing pattern. But at any given time, you can do a big heroic breath, recenter yourself, and say, let's go. And, at that point, talk to your daimon and move the right way, right? Or you can use your belly to really relax yourself. You can use your chest to get yourself going. Then that's kind of a miracle. Like I said, you can't do this with any other system in your body, but you can use that as an entry point to control other systems, or at least influence other systems in your body. And that's what we're going to do today. So I want to talk a little bit about breath holds before we even start. Right. So one thing is that Wim Hof says is no forcing. And I just want you guys to know that, we are not in a competition here. The breath holds we're going to do are relatively short. There's going to be one at the end where you can go as long as you can. And there's no forcing here. There's absolutely no competition. And you just, whenever you're ready to breathe, you breathe. Right? Do you, idiosyncratic, all that. Right. You guys got it? Cool. Yeah. And I do want to, when I say that, sometimes people take that is not challenging yourself as well. So I want you to think, okay, if over here is you pass out, right? And over here is I'm kind of a wuss and I feel like I need to breathe a little bit. Now I'm going to start breathing, right? I want you to be right smack in the middle. And so we're going to practice just feeling how that feels once here, so you guys know how things come on when you're holding your breath, and to know when you need to breathe, and to realize that everyone's going to breathe at different times. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a deep breath in, and then we're going to take a deep breath. We're going to take breath out, and then take a deep breath in, and then we're going to just let our breath out until we kind of naturally stop. So just watch me for a second. So I just naturally stop. I'm not going, no, I'm not exiting like all air from my lungs. I'm just going. It's called an exhale breath hold. And so we're going to do that. And then the things that you might feel when you do a breath hold is you might feel like a little bit of a panic or a little anxiety. It's the back of your brain going, dude, you need to breathe. You might feel like yourself convulse a little bit, like your body's actually trying to have you breathe. It's kind of like this. You can actually do that. And if you want to extend your breath a little longer, you can breathe out a little more. So, and that's letting your body know, letting your brain know that, yeah, you're able to breathe now. You're just choosing not to, right? So those are just like things that might feel some tension well up. You might feel some anxiety come up, like you really want to breathe, or part of you really wants to breathe. And then the other thing is you might have that little convulse. You might even swallow to extend your breath, or you might blow out a little bit to extend your breath. Again, not forcing anything, but not being on the wuss side and not being on the pass out side. So we're going to do breathe in, breathe out, out and stop. And then I'm going to set a timer, and you just breathe in when you're ready. It's just the idea of getting the experience of it. So, yes, ma'am. For this, you can sit up. You can sit up. Yeah. Or you can lay down, either way. Or you can stand up. All right. I don't think you can walk around. There's not enough space. All right, everybody, deep in, deep out, in, out, and hold. And again, this isn't meditating. This is just feeling what it feels like to run out of air in a breath hold. So you kind of, when it's best for you to start breathing and to get that experience of holding your breath until it's a little bit uncomfortable. And so 25 seconds now have gone by. You might be feeling that tension in your chest up into your head. You might be feeling the desire to breathe. You might just breathe out just a little bit to extend it, but know that you're not forcing anything. Just however you feel this breath hold, just feel it. That's 45 seconds. I'll go another few minutes in case someone's still holding their breath. There's usually a wide range of abilities to hold breath, and we're not competing in any way. Cool, and that's been a minute. If you haven't breathed, you can keep holding or breathe either way. But I'm gonna keep going. As soon as you need to breathe, breathe. Cool. So we've figured out what our stress level is right now. We've processed how we're breathing. We've talked about how we're controlling the uncontrollable. And we've talked about how to extend your breath hold a little bit, but not to go too far with it. And now we're going to talk about some breathing patterns that I want you to use when we're done with the Wim Hof method, but we're still in a meditative state. All right, so the Wim Hof method definitely produces, for most people, a meditative state. Sometimes it produces an emotional state as well, and I'll talk about that. But when you're in that state, I'm going to tell you to do a breathing pattern. And so let's just talk 2 breathing patterns specifically. So one of them is a box breath. Anybody familiar with the box breath? Okay, cool. So the box breath is just breathing in and holding, breathing out and holding with the same count. And that makes it a box. And with the box breath, I want you to do the count that's most comfortable for you, just knowing that after a big breath session, it's likely those numbers get a lot longer, right? They wouldn't be short, they belong. So like if you're doing 6 count or less, you probably need to maybe bump it up a little bit, but just kind of count through that box breath. And so let's practice a 4 count box breath just to start. So we'll breathe in for 4. Hold for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. And then hold for 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. So that's a box breath. And then there's another breath. That's the long exhale. Right. And so this one I want you to do in for 6, hold for 1 or 2, and then go as long as you can out. For the most part, breathing through your nose, as we all know, is ideal and optimized. But I just want you guys to know, like Wim says, any hole will do. Yeah. This is just not the brown hole, please. Yeah. Sorry, it's his joke, not mine. Not mine. Right? Yeah. So breathing through your nose is fine, but you might find that you're a little clogged. If you have any sort of asthma, you might actually get congested when you do the breathing, and you might need to go to your mouth. That's totally fine. And for this long exhale, I want you to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, pierced slow. So everybody, so we'll breathe in for 6. Hold for 2. And then on your own, just breathing out as slow as you can. So with that, we're really lopsizing it. So like the in is very slow and controlled, the out is very long. And if you're like nearly out of air, like almost like, man, I really need to start breathing now, that's where you want to be with that. Like really take it as long as you can and don't count it. Just slowly controlled out as much as you can. Cool. Everybody got the 2 breaths? So box breathing or a long exhale. Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Yeah, you go as, yeah, you're really getting it all out. When I do it, I'm like actively like getting in a little. You don't have to go that far necessarily, but you do want to go until it's uncomfortable and slow. Yeah, very slow. Any other questions? Cool. Okay. Right on. So those are the tools we have to move into this. If everybody could stand up for a second. Let's just bounce on our heels. Cool. Breathe in. And out. That's squeaky. In. In. All right, shake it out a little bit. Shake your hands, your feet. Yep, okay. Here, let's do a little Muhammad Ali. Don't punch the person in front of you. Get it up, get it up. Give me a bat, give me a jab, jab, cross. I'm gonna duck, jab, cross, duck, yeah, jab, cross, uppercut, ching, ching, ching. All right, let's clap. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Woo! All right. I want you to get 3 big high fives from the people around you and then sit back down. 1, 2, 3, go. Woo. All right. All right. Sit down, stand up. Just don't walk around, man. There's no room. Okay, cool. So my name's Jeff Everidge. Like I said, I was a what? Everybody, what was a what? Yeah, super cool. I'm a cool dude, man. Yeah, and just so you guys know, this isn't my day job. The Wim Hof Method workshops is my day job. It's more of a kind of a passion thing. I'll explain that in a second. This is Veterans Day. My company, I'm a veteran, clearly, right? Raise your hands. There's a few veterans out here. Where are you? Where are you? Right on. Yeah, nice. I think at some point in the programming we're going to do a little bit more for Veterans Day, but I'll just say that I have a company. It's 13 years old. It's called Trident Proposal Management. I hire veterans and military spouses, and I train them in what we do, which is helping government contractors do business development. If you're a government contractor, come talk to me. And so I live and breathe giving veterans opportunities to work and giving military spouses, which is a completely untapped resource in our country. You have no idea the amazing women and men that are military spouses that I hire and train and work for me. So just want to do a shout out for Veterans Day and let you guys know this isn't my only gig. This is sort of a passion thing because I just love the Wim Hof method. And I love the impact it's had on people, and I love the workshop itself too. And there's only been I've been through what's called the Wim Hof Method experience, where I was an instructor and we had 1,200 people in a big stadium and Wim Hof was on the stage and we put them all through the ice bath. And I've taught a gazillion workshops myself. I teach a lot of workshops to an organization called EO, Entrepreneurs Organization. I'm in it as well, in YPO, Young Presidents Organization. And they're all business owners. And so I teach it from a perspective of stress, taught hundreds and hundreds of people. Today is going to be a big increase to that as well, which is cool. And I've only had one person ever pass out during the breath work in my workshop. Only one. And guess who that was? That was me. It was me. Yes. Yeah, it was me. Oh my goodness. So embarrassing. I know. What? So when you're so this was 6 years ago. I never heard of a Wim Hof. I didn't even know what that was, right? I just was a junkie for the workshops that my EO chapter does, and they were doing a Wim Hof workshop, and I just showed up, right? And if you're a Navy SEAL, everyone in EO knows that I'm a Navy SEAL because I told them, and or my friends told them, by the way. And so I showed up, and of course, if you're the Navy SEAL in the group, who's going to have the longest breath hold? Yeah, for sure. It gets worse though. Just know, right? And so I'm so the instructor, who was the first female level 2 instructor, she had just gotten back from Poland to train with Wim. She was a yoga instructor as well. She takes us through the process and talk all the science and everything. We start doing the breath work, and we were in the power breathing thing, and we're doing the breath hold there, and all of a sudden I wake up because I thought I'd fallen asleep, and she's over me going, "Jeff, are you okay?" and I'm like, "What happened?" And she's like, "Oh, you passed out." And I'm like, "No, I fell asleep." No, Jeff, you passed out for sure. I'm like, right on. And that's why I say this is not a competition. The breath hold is not a competition, right? No matter who you are, your breath is going to be different than the next person beside you, whatever. It's not a competition. There are going to be people in here. You might have someone by you that just keeps breathing. Right? You may have someone by you that doesn't do the breathing that you want to do aggressively, right? This is not a competition. This is not copying the person. This is doing you, making sure you stay with these virtues and not go into a vice of overdoing in any way. So let's not add to my count of people that have passed out. So we get through the breathing, and I'm already feeling really good because the breathing makes me anyway feel really, really good. And I'm like, I'm stoked, but I'm also really interested in what just happened to me, that I felt like I needed to do that, And so we get outside of this building to the ice bath. Oh, and by the way, there's a saying in the SEALs: everyone wants to be a team guy, or everyone wants to be a frogman on a sunny day. Have you seen the weather? It's 60 degrees out and we're on a rooftop. I love it. Love it. It might even rain. Like, yes, you'll remember this ice bath. You're gonna go home and do a Wim Hof somewhere, or ice bath somewhere. It's gonna be sunny, and you're like, yeah, this is nothing. All right. So anyway, we got to the ice bath, and so if you're in a group and you know that some dude over there is a Navy SEAL, who's gonna be the first to get in the ice bath? Yeah, duh. And I knew it going in, and I'm literally going, "Where's my wetsuit?" Like I did not understand. I did not understand the workshop. I'm not kidding you. I did not understand. I was just showing up to a workshop that looked cool. This was 6-7 years ago. I'm not kidding. This was 6-7 years ago. No one had heard of Wim Hof. Like the guy that was putting on the workshop and hired the instructor had to get an instructor in LA. Right now, there's like 10 instructors in San Diego alone. Like there was no instructors. No one had heard of it. He had just like done the big study. Like it was new. And I just showed up. And one thing you need to know about the SEAL teams, and I think anyone in the military in general will know this, right, is that you learn in training that you can get through cold, right? And certainly in the SEAL training and BUDS, you get really, really cold. You get a lot of cold exposure. Like you guys have probably seen documentaries. You're like the BUDS students are like this, right? But what you also learn is this is operationally unsound, and it sucks, right? So you're like, what happens with your body when you're really cold for a long time is you shiver uncontrollably. Your body is literally tensing up so much and constricting so much that you're like literally like you don't have the same mobility. Certainly your brain is like not functioning as it should because everything's going to the core to do what? Keep you alive, right? It's an automatic action, vasoconstriction, forcing blood to keep your core warm. Right? So you learn in training not to get really cold. Like, and it's just the way it is, right? And so I'm sitting here facing this ice bath. I know I'm gonna have to go first, you know, and so the instructor, she's like, so okay, Jeff, I guess you're going first. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm first. And it's like we have these really cool ice baths up there, but this is like a horse trough. It's 100-gallon black plastic horse trough that we got at some feed store or something, and it's full of ice. Like I think it was 5,000 pounds of ice that day. It's not really, but it was really full of ice. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, all right, Jeff, you can just get in, or, you know, like I can help you in. And she holds her hands out, and I like hold her hands, and I go in. I'm not kidding you. Like this is like, she's like, control your breathing, control your breathing. And I get in, and I'm like, and my hands and I'm like this, right? You know how if you get like walking to the ocean, you're like that. I'm like this. I'm a surfer, guys. This is like so silly, right? And I'm like this, and she's like, you can put your hands down now. I'm like, I get it. And I'm holding her hand. She's like, Jeff, it's okay. Just control your breathing. And I'm going to, by the way, some of you guys might have this reaction today, and I'm going to be doing this. I'll be that person holding your hands and stuff, right? And so I'm like, and then the norepinephrine, some of the things hit. She's like helping me. That connection is happening. Like my friends, though, were like, right? Because none of them had done it before, except for one guy, Alex Pellegrino. He played football, and he's a heavy set dude, like big guy for sure. And he went next. And he's like, I don't understand what the big deal is. And he just gets in, like, and he's a big guy, right? So ice is like pouring out over. So he's like, whoosh, you know. He gets in up here, and he's just like, I don't get what the big deal is. And I was like, yep. Like if I could have shrunk away, I would have shrunk away, right? Yeah. And so that's just kind of like the moral of that story, other than don't tell anyone you're a Navy SEAL if you're doing an ice bath, is to know that it's actually harder to get in slow. Yeah. I made it more painful, and I made it more harder for me. Right. And so just know like it really does make sense. Like your mindset going into this thing really matters. It really does. And so saying I'm excited, being around a bunch of people that you love and trust, having someone right next to you that you know, and then just doing it, just going for it. If it's like, okay, I've told some people you can't, right? So if you can't, you can't, right? That mindset matters, right? And it mattered to me. And I went on this a little bit of a journey, and every year I pick something that I want to really focus on and learn. And I'm like, all right, Wim Hof's it for sure. I went to their advanced weekend up in LA, learned a bunch over a 2-day period. And then I went to Mount Hood for their instructor training, became one of their level 1 instructors, kind of dived in, did a bunch of workshops, got like you basically, if you do enough workshops, get enough reviews, and have done enough of it, you get to be level 2, which means you can do longer, bigger groups, retreats, that kind of thing. So became a level 2 instructor, and I started doing it mainly for business owners, businesses, corporate, just, you know, just enough to have fun with it and spread the word. And people started learning about me as the guy that does Wim Hof for business owners. And it's because I orient around stress. And so for you guys, I'll orient around OHMs. What does OHM stand for? And what is the ice bath? Yes, the ice bath is literally, we're purposely doing something to stress our bodies. Right? We're actually fabricating an obstacle, saying we want to do it, and we're doing it, we're moving past it. And so what I want you to bring to that process is mindfulness and awareness. Like, and especially mindful of the things that we're doing to get through the ice bath. And the breathing is a big part of it, because when we do this breathing exercise that we're going to do, we're going to produce hormones that make us feel good, give us clarity, energy, and also reduce our tolerance or increase our tolerance to pain. Right? So what you do before you hit the obstacle is important, right? And so notice that. Notice how you feel around it, all that, because we're going to do things to bring all the feelings of anxiety, fear, and even maybe excitement down, and just to be super joyful and happy about doing this obstacle. That makes sense? Yeah, like it's a little bit of a proxy for life. Yeah, because the ice bath sucks. If it didn't suck, would it be fun? No, it wouldn't. No. Cool. So that's my intro. A little bit about Wim Hof. Wim Hof is a crazy Dutchman who has like 27 or so world records, including crazy ones. Like I think his world record around ice bath has been broken, but he set the record at 1 hour and 45, hour and 50 minutes in an ice bath. Really interesting story from that. Like the doctors were monitoring him, and they went to him and said something like, "Hey, Wim, it looks like your kidneys are getting too cold. We think you should get out now." And he goes, and this is like a quote. He goes, "Just wait, I'll send blood there." A minute later, they come back. "Yeah, you're good to go." He went like 20 more minutes. Like, it's insane. They put him in an MRI with an emergent suit. Emergent suit is where you can turn on the cold and turn it off like that. And they said, "Okay, control your body temperature, Wim." And he said, "Okay, cool." They did the freezing emergent suit, and his surface temperature of his body didn't change. Like, think about that for a second. Think about that. And then they said, "Okay, stop controlling it." And the surface temperature of his body did what a normal person would do. Right? Yeah. Like one of us. If we're in the emergency, we would start getting cold pretty quick. Me too. And so he, over training over his lifetime, probably mixed with a little bit of special genetics around brown fat, he has proven that you can substantially control what's going on inside. And so we're going to learn just a little piece of that so we can substantially control what's going on inside for us when we have obstacles or stressors in our life. Make sense? Cool. There's a lot more about Wim Hof. In your email is an email, and all the way at the end is a link to a Vice documentary that's super cool. So if you want to learn more about Wim, definitely think you should watch that documentary. It's pretty dang cool. And awesome. So we have gone exactly an hour, and I'm about to explain the Wim Hof method breathing. But what I know is once we do that, we want to start breathing and probably need a break. So with that being said, could everybody be back at 5 after 10? Actually, let's go 10:10. So that's about 12 minutes. But just go to the bathroom if you need to. This is a great time to go to the bathroom. Get whatever you need, and then come on back. Ready to go. Yes. Ice bath. Yeah. the people in the back. So if you guys can even, Michael, you're thinking just like nudge them up. Everybody nudge up. If you're up front, you're good. But if you're in a layer or a row not in the front, you need to nudge up a few inches. Everybody just needs to be super friendly. Scooch. I don't see scooching. If you need to scooch your neighbor because he's not there, scooch your neighbor. Scooch her forward. Let's make a little more room in the back. Do our best. Say what? Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. Yeah. It's a good idea. Yeah, it seems she was just saying go head to head and foot to foot so you don't have feet by your head. Yeah. It just wouldn't be Wim Hof if you didn't have stinky feet by your head, man. All right, everybody, let's we have a few more minutes, a break as people are going in. Let's finish those cars. Let's finish those rotations. So let's do that that overhead. Again, we're like tightening up. Remember, we're teaching our bodies, our muscles, our nervous system, how far we can go. And when you get there, contract that scapula and just go way back. See how far you can reach back. And then come forward to the other arm. I really want to get to one of these because it's fun. It's fun because it's so hard. Okay. Reaching back. See what you got back there. Like really see what is it what is your ability to reach behind you? And remember, I'm literally contracting my abs so that I'm not doing this. Like I don't want to reach back with my body. I want to reach back with my arm only, just the shoulder joint. So figure out what's going on with your scapula there. All right, here's a good one. Okay, let's just do this. Let's just do that. Like, this one is a little bit more loose. Let's just get in that hole. Yeah. Yeah. Just try to like use your hips on this one. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. Then 2 more minutes as people are coming in. Okay, this one's fun. Again, tight abs. All right. And if you need to hold on to the person beside you or a chair or something, it's totally cool. You'll both fall together. No falling. All right, so this is on one leg. Tight core. This one, you don't have much mobility. If you're seeing that you're way more mobile than everybody else, it's because you're using something other than your hip, right? There's not much mobility here. I'm in jeans, so it's even less. So you're going to come up, bring your knee over, across, and up. See how far up you can get and around. And here's the fun part. We're just going to and remember, I'm like so trying to keep my chest. And then we're just going to come back, keeping it up. Like now we're the dog peeing. Right, and now we're doing that back kick, but remember, we're not using our hips to do it. We're just getting that hip joint and the leg and pushing back, and then come back up. Let's do the other leg. And by the way, if you're not doing exercises on balance boards, on in ways that make you work your balance, then you're not doing full workouts, right? So again, we're like pushing that leg up. I am so compensating for this. It's not even funny. And then come all the way back. If my PT guy was here, he'd be critiquing me like crazy. So, and then pushing back and coming up. All right, 1 more minute. So let's hold one leg up. And then we're going to just bring that knee up and around. So we're working the knee joint a little bit. And we can also work that, what's it called? The ankle. Thank you. Anatomy was not my thing. All right. So the other leg. And then there's really bringing up, teaching your muscles how this joint works after not using it very much. And just get the ankle. All right, cool. Have a seat. Actually, go get 3 big high fives and big smiles and big hugs or something from the people around you. Let's rock it. All right. Cool. All right, what about that ice bath? Yeah, let's do it. Obstacles make us. Yeah. Woo. All right, cool. You can stand up, sit down, whatever you want. Eventually, you're going to be laying down because we're going to roll into Wim Hof breathing. Wim Hof breathing. It is really simple, and you do not have to remember what I'm saying because I'm going to be yelling at you all the way through to keep you doing it. All right. And I have like literally, I don't even count. I have prayer reads and I count the beads until we get to the count and go into the breath hold. And so this is going to be, I think we're going to do 4 rounds of breathing, and it's 30 deep breaths. Okay. 30 deep breaths. And so this is where you have to do you. I'm going to be encouraging you to go bigger, more intensity with whatever you do. That might mean you breathe faster. That might mean you breathe slower and deeper, right? You have to experiment a little bit with it. And so you get to your rhythm, and just know that your rhythm isn't going to necessarily be the person's next to your rhythm. And if you end up doing a few less than 30 or a few more than 30 or even a lot more than 30, it's totally cool, right? You don't have to worry about counting. You just have to worry about listening, and I'll cue you, right? So the Wim Hof method is this. You do 30 deep breaths, followed by an exhale breath hold. We practice that. You just breathe out naturally until you stop. You don't do a big exhale. You don't do a little exhale, just like. I'm going to cue you when to breathe again. At the end of that breath hold, you're going to breathe in as deep as you can, and we're going to hold it for 15 seconds. All right, so we're going to do a breath hold, breathe in, hold for 15 seconds, and then we're going to start over. Round of 30 breaths that I'll be cueing you the whole time. Breath hold, it's going to be a little bit longer. First one's going to be like 45 seconds a minute. Next one's going to be a minute and a half. And by the way, you don't have to get there, and everybody's probably going to get there, but it's no big deal. If for some reason you need to breathe, then breathe and just do that deep inhale. Right, do the deep inhale, hold for 15 seconds on your own, and then start doing that box breath until we start again. Okay, so then we're going to do 30 deep breaths, another breath hold, inhale, hold, 30 deep breaths, 2-minute breath hold, inhale, hold, and then for 30 deep breaths, hold as long as you want, sit and meditate for a bit. We're just going to sit in that state, and then we're going to move into something called power breathing, where I'm just going to cue you, and we're going to do 60-ish deep breaths, and then a breath hold. Okay, and we're going to do it run all the way through it. All right? Just going to go end to end. I'm going advanced on you guys, for sure. Does everybody have any questions, knowing that I'm going to tell you what to do every step of the way? And if you could cue the music on low. Yeah, that's a great question. And I need to talk a little bit on safety. So it is 4 breath holds. You can do this sitting up. You can do this sitting in a chair in the back. You can do it sitting up. You can do it laying down. Okay. And if you're laying down while you're doing the breath holds, you may find that putting your knees up allows you to breathe deeper. Maybe. And I kind of go knock-kneed. I just kind of like do like this. So you may find that this is better for you, or you just may be like this. Bottom line is you want to be fully relaxed when you're holding your breath. And then just really, guys, real quick, look at this. I think you can see it on the screen, right? So I'm going to be cueing this as well. It's best not to overthink how to breathe, but you want to think you're breathing really deeply. So I'll say things like belly, chest, head. What I mean there is deeply in with the belly, deeply in with the chest, and then kind of like so deep that you feel it up into your neck and head. So, or if you find that you can't breathe out of your nose fast enough, just go to your mouth. And if you find that you're getting a little congested, just do your mouth. If you think you're better off sitting up, just sit up. Don't do it standing. No standing. Any questions on that? But literally, it's just as deep as you can, deeply into the belly, into the chest, into the head. And so let's start with a little bit of stretching and warming up of those parts of the body that hardly ever get stretched or warmed up. Remembering that nothing we do today is forcing, everything is just on you're in control. It's on your agenda. You can stop whenever you want. It's all up to you. And if I told you yesterday, if you talked to me and I said, I don't think you should do it or don't do it, then please just do regular deep breathing, not aggressive hyperventilative breathing, and don't do the breath holds. Okay. So what I want you to do is I want you to think about your diaphragm and your belly. And I want you to breathe into, and I'm just going to tell you what to do. You just do it on your own as I tell you. I want you to breathe into your belly. And I want you to think about how can you reach the ceiling, the sky with your belly. So I want you to breathe in your belly where you're really stretching out that core, and you're breathing up into the sky. So just breathing in deep, but just into your belly and just up. Remembering that we're warming up and we're stretching out, warming up and stretching out. And so do a couple of those. So do a few of those. Just warming up and stretching out your core, your abdomen, your most underutilized muscle, the diaphragm, the parachute. And then now I want you to integrate in, pressing out to the sides. So you're going to go up and to the sides. So that's something you probably haven't thought about before, but how do you breathe so that your belly fills up and to the sides as well? So as you breathe in, you're just kind of going up and out, not into the chest. Keep the chest, down, and just do that belly isolated, isometric, if you will, stretching and warming up. Let's do a few of those deep into the belly, stretching up into the side, really opening up and feeling that expansion in the belly. Do one more of those. And now I want you to do something that'll seem even harder to do, which is pressing back or down into the ground with your belly and with the contractions and the breaths. As you breathe in, how do you expand to the sides and then push down into the earth? So you're going up, side to side, down. You're just how do you get as much expansion and stretch out of your diaphragm and of your abs as your lungs expand down into your abdomen? So you think. And so one thing to notice here as you're doing this is you're stretching your lower spine. So it's a way to think about it. And you can use the breath to expand and contract your lower spine just by doing this. You didn't even have to bend down or get into some machine. You just breathe deeply, straight down into the root, down into the ground, out to the sides. You're actually expanding that lower spine a little bit, making space, because your lungs will get as big as the space you give them. Let's just do one more of those. And then we'll roll into the chest. So now we've stretched out our diaphragm, abdomen. That's good. Just I'll tell you when I bring it up. Yeah, so now that we stretched out that lower part of our body, now let's go to our chest. And for your chest, I want you to not do that lower part. I want you to really focus on the chest. You may have to expand a little bit down, but really I want you to think, how do I get my chest up to the ceiling? So Superman again, maybe contracting the scapula, pulling back the the shoulders just a little bit and breathing deeply into the chest and up into the chest and the neck. Really expanding that out, just like you did with your belly. You can probably guess what's next. Now I want you to think Bruce Lee lats. I want you to breathe into the sides of your chest. There are these muscles that control the rib cage, the intercostals, and they need some stretching as well. So we're going up and out, doing your best Bruce Lee, like literally expanding your chest out and up. Right on. Do a couple more of those, just stretching out, warming up that chest. You guys look amazing, by the way. As we start dropping down a little bit into a more meditative state, but still focusing on the task at hand. And now, last but not least, let's see if we can breathe down into the ground. This is stretching or expanding that upper spine with our breath. Breathing down in as we go out to the sides, up to the ceiling. Again, stretching it all out, getting it all nice and warmed up. Get lights low and music up 1 increment. Thank you. Okay. So now we're going to move into our first round of Wim Hof breathing. Let's begin. Deeply in, belly, chest, head, letting go. 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 Keep on breathing, feeling lightheaded, maybe feeling tingling already happening in the body, but just keep on breathing. Whatever you feel, intensify that feeling. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Going at your pace. Whatever you feel, intensify that feeling. Feel lightheaded, loosen the body, just keep going. Deeply in and letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Whatever you feel, intensify it. Feeling lightheaded, feeling loose, tingling, just make that feeling bigger. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Belly, chest, head, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Belly, chest, head, letting go. 5 more breaths. Let's go. 4 more. 3 more. 2 more. Deeply in, letting go, and hold. Feel yourself sinking into the body, into the ground, the Mother Earth. Feel yourself relaxing into this breath hold. Feel yourself sinking deeper. Whatever comes up for you, just follow it. It doesn't matter if it's feeling good, bad, scared, happy, euphoric, whatever happens, just follow it. Going deeper into this state. In a second, we're going to breathe deeply in, as deep as you can, and hold for 15 seconds. Ready, set, go. Deeply in, deep as you can, deeper, deeper, deeper. Holding, squeezing gently from the belly into the chest. Holding, exchanging oxygen for CO2. 4, 3, 2, 1. And relax, let go. All right. If you need to cough, cough. If you need to stop, stop. Just keep going if you can. Here we go. Round 2, deeply in. Letting go. 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 Belly, chest, head. Letting go. Belly, chest, head. Letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Deeply in. And letting go. You go at your pace now, but you want to intensify the feeling. You might feel tingling. You might feel lightheaded. You might experience emotions. Whatever it is, just follow it, experience it, observe it. Keep on breathing deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Intensifying the feeling of lightheadedness, whatever it is you have, keep it going. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, and letting go. Belly, chest, head, letting go. Maybe faster works for you, maybe slower. Deeply in, letting go. Let's go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. 5 more. 4 more. Deeply in, letting go. Belly, chest, head, letting go. 2 more, letting go. 1 more, letting go and hold. I want you to sink into this state. With every beat of the drum, take it a little bit deeper. Remembering you're in control. This is your experience. Going deeper still. Thinking. Whatever comes up, you just let it go. Breathing deeply in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deeply in, as deep as you can, deep, deep, deep. Holding, Squeezing gently from your belly, chest, and the head, bringing life-giving oxygen, exchanging for CO2, feeling that charge of adrenaline. As we move into round 3. And letting go. Nice. Right on. Here we go. Deeply in. Letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Belly, chest, head. Letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Just keep going. Intensify the feeling. Keep this state rocking. Let's roll. Deeply in. Letting go. Feeling the feelings. Whatever it is, intensifying those. Maybe you have to go faster to get it. Maybe slower and deeper. Deeply in. Letting go. Deeply in. Letting go. Let's go. No matter what you're feeling, you might be feeling some cramping in your hands. Doesn't matter. In your face, doesn't matter. Intensify it. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Belly, chest, head, letting go at your pace, but intensifying whatever it is you're feeling. Let's go, heroes. Deeply in, letting go. I don't want to lose you. Keep on breathing. Stay present and focused. Deeply in, letting go. Whatever it is you're feeling, intensify that feeling. Get it going. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, and letting go. Deeply in, letting go. 4 more. 3 more. Deeply in, letting go. Last one, deeply in, letting go and hold. Relax and sink. Bring your focus to your heart. Relax some more. If you have to breathe, just do the 15 seconds in and do that box breath. Knowing you got this, you're relaxing into and experiencing and deepening with every beat of the drum. Ten more seconds. Some of you might find this easy, some hard. It doesn't matter. You're in control. 3, 2, 1. Deeply in. Deep as you can. Deep, deep, deep. All the way in. Hold. Pressing gently up into the head. Moving life-giving oxygen. Trading with CO2. Changing your chemistry. And letting go. Nice. All right, last round. Here we go. Deeply in. letting go, deeply in, letting go, deeply in, letting go, deeply in, letting go, belly, chest, head, letting go, belly, chest, head, letting go, deeper in, letting go, intensifying the feelings, bringing the experience to you. You're in control. You go. You do this experience. You create it. Deeply in and letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Belly, chest, head, and letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Belly, chest, head, letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Your intensity, your pace, your process, you're in control. No forcing, just doing. Deeply in and letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Deeply in and letting go. Deeply in, letting go. 5 more. 4 more. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go. Deeply in, letting go, and hold. I want you to sink deeper into this meditation, going deeper still. And now it's up to you. Whenever you feel the need to breathe, breathe in deeply, hold, and then do that long exhale breath. Two minutes has passed. You're on your own, no forcing. When you're ready to breathe in, just deeply breathe in. Hold, but go as long as you want. And once you move from the breath hold, the breathing, do that long exhale breath. Three minutes has passed. Whenever you feel the need to breathe, just breathe in deeply and hold. Go into that long exhale. 3.5 minutes has passed. If you're still holding your breath, would you put a hand up, please? Okay, thank you. Put your hand down. Everyone else, just do that long, slow exhale. All right, let's bring ourselves slowly back into the room. If you stretch, remember there's someone right next to you. So maybe reach out and just grab their foot. Alrighty. Take your time. But, when you're ready, you can sit up or just stay laying down, or just don't stand up. All right, can we just ease the lights up just a little bit? Oh, bright light, bright light. Cool. So I'm calling an audible. I know I said we're going to do some power breathing. The 4 rounds, I felt like a lot of people were getting what they needed from that. And to keep things moving, I didn't do the power breathing. Want to just like check in with you guys. Anyone want to share any of their experiences? Go ahead. Insane, right? Not a competition. Yeah. You were stressed about holding your breath. Ah, 3 minutes, insane, right? Yeah. Anybody want to take a guess at how much time we just spent doing all the breathing from the time we started like stretching the abdomen? So everybody, I'm hearing 10 and 15 minutes. It was 26. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anyone else want to share? Yeah, sure. I think is it justice? That's right. Yeah, justice. Mm-hmm. Mm. Nice. Where'd you go, man? I'm just kidding. Yeah. Mm. Nice. Sweet. Right on. Let's go. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. It's a it's a bit of a proxy for that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yes.
feeding me right big toe. And that's been my goal for like, a while, long time. The first time I started feeding.
And yourself? Sweet. It's Megan, right? I can't. Yeah. So guys, don't get into a ice bath competition with Megan, okay? She's 70-year old and she'll kick your ass at ice bath. I promise you. I promise you. It is not a competition. Sure. She came up to, she's like, hey, let's raise money for veterans. Let's like do an ice bath competition. I'm like, you're one of those people. Right on. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Yeah. Hi, CK. Mm, nice. Right on. Love that smile, man. Love that smile. Yeah. So did anybody? Yeah, in the back. No. Okay. Nice. Mm, right on. Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Did anybody see colors? Yeah. Okay. If you did anybody feel the tingling, lightheadedness, like felt their hands or their face kind of coming up? Yeah. So that's so there's a number of things happening in our bodies right now. So the what's interesting about the Wim Hof breathing method or just hyperventilative breathing, which is tons of different ways to do what we just did. That's just one way, is what you're doing is you're removing CO2 from your body. Right. And so when you remove something that's acidic in your body, what happens to your body's pH? It goes alkaline for a very short time. And by the way, ketoacidosis, right? We're supposed to be slightly acidic. We're not supposed to be alkaline for a long time, but for short periods of time, like any stressor, like we're not supposed to walk the trail of tears, but we should go out and run or walk, right? I mean, so you can overdo anything. What we did was we collectively reduced our acidity or increased alkalinity in our body. What that does is it sets you up for a longer breath hold. Does anyone know the mechanism in our lungs that cues you to breathe? CO2, right? It's carbon dioxide. Most you guys are in the know, but CO2 actually cues your body to breathe, but we had gotten rid of it all. So we're building up CO2, but not to the levels that cues you to breathe. Plus we had kind of charged things up, and that's why you were able to go to longer breath holds. But when you do that long breath hold, your body still says, man, we need some adrenaline. Now, why would your body emit adrenaline during a breath hold? Well, yeah, so, I mean, there's long technical answers, but the short answer is to give you energy and clarity to keep you, just to have you start breathing. Like, why do you get norepinephrine when you get in the ice bath? To get the heck out, man. I'm not kidding. Yeah. What about that ice bath? Right, right. So, and then a number of other things physiologically happen to us. So we're feeling loose, we have less pain, like a lot of that's happening. And it could be that you didn't have that experience, right? Like just know that it's you experience something, and that the Wim Hof method or breathing, intentional hyperventilative breathing like this, there's lots of ways to do it. It's a practice. And I personally do it 3-4 days a week. Most mornings I'll do at least one round. And I'll talk to you guys when we get back about like how to practice Wim Hof or that kind of thing when we're done with the ice bath. But just know that you're more set up now to do what's next, which is the ice bath. And so now, yeah, nice, right? Right. Cool. Excited. So I just want to talk about some precautions. The Wim Hof method is never for when you're pregnant. I think I've said that about 5 times now. And so don't do that. The Wim Hof breathing and breath holds, that is, it is fraught with danger if you do it in or near water or while you're operating machinery. I know that most everyone's an adult here, right? But don't hold your breath. Don't do Wim Hof method to hold your breath longer in the water. That is not the way to practice water breath holds. Right? It is the way to have shallow water blackout and to die. Right? So do not do this in or around the water. Don't do it standing up. Always do it sitting on a couch or sitting on the floor or laying down, ideally being comfortable. And, and I've talked about epilepsy and pregnancy. So those are just some safety measures. Just always keep that in mind, that you don't want to do it in a way that would endanger yourself. Now we're going to talk about the mindset. And so we've talked about ohms. Obstacles make us. We've created an artificial one, which is right. And we're all gonna go up to the pool deck in 2 groups. We're gonna do 2 groups. And I think it looks like we're gonna do the staff in group 1 to get that done, to get Brian through that so we can go to this next thing. So the bottom line here for the Wim Hof method is this can-do method. And I feel like if you've watched any of Brian's stuff, you've learned more about a can-do, anti-fragile, obstacles are the way, the obstacle is the way, obstacles makes us stronger, like all that, like that mindset is the heroic mindset. All right, and typically I go a little bit longer, I talk about those things, but I feel like this group especially, you live and breathe it, right? And I learned that even more so yesterday when I learned about some of the underlying conditions that people were worried about. Because normally in a group of like 80 is the biggest, in a group of 80, maybe 2 people will come up and say, hey, I'm worried about something. And this group, it was like 20, a little over 20. And what was amazing to me was the people that came with conditions that I was like, whoa, you guys look great. Like, you guys look great. And it's, it's private information. I won't share it or bring anyone up, but I'll just say that everyone that came up was like, really lucid, very aware. They're up for it. They want to do it. And they look great. I would have never guessed that there was something, except for the one with the broken leg. I would have never guessed, right? That there was something going on. So just kudos to you in this community for having that mindset and being ready to go. Okay. So that being said, yeah, what about that ice bath, man? It's waiting for us. Yeah. I'm assuming, I can't really tell. Can any staff member confirm for sure that we have ice? Yeah. Is it a ton of ice? Like it's tons? It's a ton of ice. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the tubs have been put together and there's water in them and maybe some ice. I want everyone to be able to like maybe 2 at a time or one bag, just put an ice in there. When we get up there, the first group will put ice in. When the second group's up, we're going to save some and put that in. That's what I'm hoping for. I haven't been up there since the ice came, so I'll see. But I want you guys to get the feeling of the ice. We have 2 large tubs that fit 6 to 8 people. All right, those are the party tubs. Yeah. So if you have people you came with that are your loved ones or, like people that you want to do this with, the tub is for you. Awesome. If you're one of those folks that I said, yeah, okay, you can do I don't know what you just told me you have, but if you really want to, you can do the ice bath. If you're one of those people or you have a broken leg, I want you to like let me know and be in the bathtub, the tub that I am most focused on. And that'll be the one on the right. Okay. If you're an old schooler and you're here alone and you're just like, dude, I've done this all the time, I want you to hit one of the individual tubs in the back. Does that make sense? So there's 8 individual tubs in the back and there's 2 party pools. And you do you on that. I'll be with the party pools. And if you're really worried about it or concerned, you just stay with that party pool with me and I'm going to hold your hands and look you in the eye and like do it. We're going to do preparatory. We're going to do it in groups of like 20-ish. So there's a big group that's going to be up there half the room, half the room. And then once you're up there, I'm going to call you 20 at a time-ish. And you're going to line up wherever you feel comfortable in that lineup, right? And you're going to let me know if I told you to let me know. And then I'm going to have you guys bounce and do just a little bit of like preparatory breathing. And then maybe you get in and you can get in slow. Or you can get in like Jeff, or you can get in like Alex, right? I mean, that's up to you. I recommend getting in fast. The therapeutic dose is 90 seconds. And then I'll extend it if you want to 2 minutes. And then there's what I kind of call extra credit. I think it's more like I don't know with this group. I don't know if I should call it extra credit. There's a place to compete. It's with this, what I'm about to say, right? You can either get in, if you're old school, you've been doing this for a while. I want you to get in. I want you to hold your nose, close your eyes and dunk down and then come up and then do your 90 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever. If you're never done it before, get in, get settled, whatever. And at the end, I'm going to say, let's go. And then I want you to hold your nose, close your eyes, close your mouth, dunk all the way under for like a count of 1, come up, stand up, and then get out slowly. If you need help getting out, say I need help. Or if someone offers you the hand to get out, just take the hand and let them help you out, right? Right? The other thing too is it's set up so that you can be together. Even if you're in the individuals, you can rotate yourself, you can be in there and you can rotate yourself around and you'll be facing somebody. And it works. If I reach out, if I feel like you're panicking, I'm going to go grab your hand, hold my hand. Literally, if you're like, I need some help here, go hold the hand of the people in front of you. If you're a party bath, man, why not just go in holding hands, right? You see what I'm saying? This is connection. This is bonding as a community. This is doing something hard together. This is getting it rolling. Let's go. Are we excited? Yeah? All right. So here's the tricky part. We need to split into 2 groups. Everybody stand up. How about just like right down the middle here? Everybody go to the right if you're this way. And if you have a loved one in the other group, you need to move over to that other group. All right, so just down the middle here. Okay, move this way, move that way if you're this side. And grab your towels and your stuff. All right, we're going to reset the room as well. Okay, all right. That's looking, I think if a few more people could go this way, just a couple, 3. Okay, that's good. That's perfect. No, you guys go. You 2 can go and then that's it. Okay, now I need really, really good separation. Like I need you guys, anyone in the middle where I'm looking, get out of my sight. Like go to left or right. Get out of my sight, people. All right, come on, back to right. If you have a towel in here, grab your towel.
Jeff, just one other thing. Brian on the
Yeah,
right
man.
here. On your right. Back
Hey,
corner.
Brian.
Back corner.
Yeah, Brian.
Guys, just one other thing. When you filled in the waiver, you would have got a confirmation email. If you can get your phones handy, the email will say confirmed. You can show a team member at the back door here. We're going to exit through this back door, straight up the elevators. Pack nice and tight, 20 in the elevators so we can get everyone up there. And if you show the confirmation email, you'll be sent up. And I think that's it.
Right on. Okay, so
if you have not yet signed the waiver, it's back on the screen.
whichever you want. Okay, guys, if all right, cool. Yeah, for sure. Rock and roll. Yeah. All right, everybody, listen up. On my right by Brian is Group A. Group A is going to start going upstairs. You guys are Group B. All right, Group B. Someone, not me, is going to call you and tell you to start heading up. And this group won't come down until we're complete, and you won't come down complete. Here's what I'd like for you to do. You can certainly chill out, mill about, or whatever, but I would love for you to get in groups of 5. All right, 5. And I want you to share in the group of 5 what your most impactful thing about heroic is. All right, like what is it about the heroic knowledge or life or mindset or whatever that's most impactful to you? I want you to share that goodness of how it's hitting you. So get in groups of 5, get it going, and I'm going to go upstairs. Let's go. Woohoo.
Oh man. Good. I don't. Somebody else will. I am handling the live stream, so. Okay. Show the stream your energy, baby. Let's go. Where do we change? Kristen Benson's over there. Gotta go pee first. Get that? Yeah, understand. So, again, everybody up here. We'll start. Wow. Yeah. Is there ice in there yet? Oh, they do it. My deck. My deck. Right now.
right, everybody. Everybody. Right here, everyone. First little song. Let's do that. Everyone. So one back for love. So let's do 5 bags per big dog. All right? 5 bags per dog. Everybody go back. So Brian, you do a stop and Brian.
Better? Question mark. Not right now, comma, if you catch someone, that might be helpful, but I'll check it out.
Baby. Right, all right. Keep bringing it up. One more bag of ice per individual. Let's get 10 more bags in here. 5.
Hey, Colin, how you doing, man? Say hi to the live stream. Are you excited? Bad mental. I guess maybe that could also be a transfer. Maybe.
All right, go put him out. I'm strong.
Yeah, go ahead. Right, watch.
Thank you, Jim. They're gonna cut some pictures, but no one's gonna get any pictures. Okay, so what if I put this name?
You want the experience? All in, right? Right now.
If we have to go on first.
No, not yet, not yet, not yet.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Everybody,
You can be in this water area. Maybe right here.
Are they?
This is. If you want to put more in, put in this big one. Let's put the door loaded. Okay. Everybody to the right.
Everybody over here. Make some space. Thank you. All right, Jim, you got the space you need? Okay, Nick, where are you?
I'm right here.
Okay, let me know. You got the space you need?
Let me sneak around this.
As you guys know, we are live streaming Hellman. Hellman, do you have the space you need to give the live streamers who are joining us in showers and bathtubs?
Absolutely.
Experience? Okay. So we just gotta, as we go, I want to make sure that we're mindful of our live stream experience and not just like standing in front of these guys so that everybody who's joining us from home can participate.
Hey, everybody from home.
Up to you, Jeff.
This way more. Okay, this way more. Come on, come on. I know there are people like, I just want to get it done. Guys, it's not the ice bath. Right? It's not the ice bath that makes it open beat. It's the anticipation of the ice bath. That really makes it open. You guys feel that, right? Okay, guys. So just shout out. What are some ways that you reduce your stress? Breathing. We've done that. What else?
Happy place.
Yes.
hands.
What else?
Holding hands.
Excited mindset. If you talk to a bunch of business owners, they're like, I drink. I'm not kidding. They're like, I have a glass of wine. Yeah, I watch TV. I'm not kidding. Like, right? So what's interesting is like there's been a lot of studies on stress reduction, and some of the things that reduce stress the most is being with loved ones, people you love. And do you feel like you're in a well-held community of people that love you?
Yeah.
The other thing is, it's funny enough, singing, vocalizing actually does as well. And so there's a thing that we gotta talk about real quick. It's getting out of the ice bath, right? And when you're in the ice bath, and it's all this energy, and you're in there and you're going, you're great, right? And then you get out either 90 seconds or 2 minutes. Now it's time to warm yourself up. So you can dry yourself off, sure, but I don't want you to run to your jackets or whatever. I'd rather you have your body get experience of warming yourself up too.
Okay.
Okay. And so the way we're going to do that and deal with some like pre-stress is we're going to do a horse stance. This is the way Wim does it. I don't know why. I can't explain it. We're in horse stance. We're just going to go back and forth. And then after you get out of the bath, just do this for a while until you start feeling yourself warm up. And then let's add a chant to it. Louder. Let Austin hear you. Forward. Hey, that chant. Yeah, here we go. Areté. Guys and girls here, like, I got this, I've done it before, whatever, Chad, give me the ice bath. In those individual ones, and then 6 to 7 people that know each other that are groups or that want more support from the big tub. Not in, just like by the tub. So you're getting in position to do your ice bath. Let's go, come on.
That waterproof. Good. It's not a 3, 4, 5. What's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Derek, you could be in this one. You do it, Andy. Yeah. Good job. Okay. All right, back here. Everybody, hold the stuff you're hitting it. Hold the stuff you're hitting it. All right, you two together. Oh, no, we're holding hands. So you're holding hands. All right, how many got here? 1, 2, legs curled in. All right, 7 might be tight in between. Okay. Anybody, everybody, okay, look at me. Guys, look at me, bounce.
I will be out of it.
Deeply in. It's good. Oh, another one. Oh, thank you. You ready? You ready? Get in the tub. Oh my God. What's your hold? Guys, look at me. I want you to hold your breath to the top. And hold. You want to breathe in? Look out. And breathe in. Slow it down. Slow it down. Let's go. Yeah. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. You guys are feeling my eyes getting in, man. Come on. Yeah, guys. Yeah, guys. Okay. Yeah, guys. Here we go. Thank you. Yeah, let's go. Thank you, David. They're halfway there.
Mustang.
Mustang, baby. For the next round, we need more eyes to be fast, all right? Come on. Stuff for you guys. All right, guys.
Under the sun. Yeah.
All right. The money shot. Everybody smile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Come on, go! Let's go!
He's like a hot tub.
I mean, you're watching. You know what?
All right? I'll do this one here.
Nice. You're prepared.
Correct ice. It's so nice. It's so nice.
Hey, we need more bags of ice. Let's go. Ice, bring it. We need ice in every one of these. People back here. I mean, people back here. Make it simple. Keeper. Stop. One minute. That's a PTA. That's obvious. Yeah. I think so. Hold on. Keeper. 15 seconds, guys. In here, if you're gonna duck your head, hold your head. I want you to one at a time, all right? Not all at once. Just feel like kind of better than 3, 2, 1. Go. More ice back here, maybe? If you buy we all talked before this, and we knew that she might have a condition. That's up. Wendy and I talked before this, and she said she knew that she had a condition that might cause cramping, and that's what happened. So we pulled her out. Right? If you get cramping, just let me know and let's get you out. Okay? We knew this. She knew that she might happen. She wanted to try anyway, and that. It's cold. Very cold. It's ice cold. You're excited. You're excited. Excited. Seven's good. How many we got here? So if it comes up, we can keep putting it in the car. Yeah. So really, yeah, I need to. Yeah. Sure, what's your name? Got the ice on that side. Here you go. He's going here. And we got all right. Michael's got on. All right, you guys. Ready? Go. We got one. Go. Good. And out. Breathe in. No. Want a single? Single ready. Okay. All right, thank you. Ready? 7 seconds. Go. Slow it down. Exhale, keep your hands lips. Inhale. Got it. Wrapping up. Breathe through curved lips. Slow it down more. Every time, see if you can slow that. Just did a minute. How you doing? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I did, man. Good job. I'm trying to get the ice. Bring it. Come on. Come on. I'll take you through. What's the drop? What's the drop in the back? Let's do 4. 4 coming. I hope you're taking a lot of calories. Lord. Breathe, Doug. This is the coolest thing. On for this thing. How you guys doing? Oh, dude, good. Flourishing. Go, baby. Oh, go. Wonderful. Oh! Yeah. Oh. Oh. One more. There's people left. It's good. If you're watching on the live stream from downstairs and you want to get in the ice, come on up. I'm not sure. I'm not going to. We're live streaming. How's it going to come? Everyone else goes to the just live streaming downstairs? Yes. Not that. Group two, come up. This is. That's the live stream. Okay, good. Yeah. All right. Or you can get it. He's going. That's great. She's extending the space between stimulus and response. Yeah. Who are you right on? Group one. Getting a little less afraid of it. Right. 4%.
Oh, we got more people in the ballroom. They're coming up. We're not done.
In the group? If you're experienced, I'll have you start here, otherwise go in a group. Holy! Look at the raising of rising. Okay. There were a lot of balls. I mean, we kind of just don't think about it. I don't know what it is, but they want. Yeah. Alright. If you've done it before, and you're solo, come back here. And if you're with someone you love or with a group, stand around these guys. Drink pose. Super cool. Maybe. So that's it. There's what they finally got me.
Plants back.
I know he's gonna go swim in the other one by himself. Seven in there. All right, you here?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
They still right here. All right. Okay, people cramp up. Some people have a when they get die. If you start cramping up, you need to let me know right away. We gotta get you out right away. Okay? The only one stepping. Yeah. Yeah. Do we? Where's my tongue? Michael. Okay, everybody, if you're getting the ice bath, bounce with me. Deep. Yeah, ready? Yeah! Yeah. Yeah. Looks good. All right. Stop smiling. Are we there yet? How you doing? How are you? Thank you. Enough bags for everyone to get. Get the countdown flight is overload. Overload. Hell, dude. Total. Whoa. Fire, you can be done. Hey, look at here. Can't do more. Do more. Do more. Deeper. Oh, that ice on the ground is cold. Bring it on. We should have waited. Yeah, we probably should have. And you're an amateur, you don't know. You all let's go! You all let's go! The excitement's over. I'm deciding whether I want to try to warm up. You got next. You ready to go? Yeah. I love pain. Pain sets me free. Bring it on. Bring it on. I love pain. Bring it on. Bring it on. Look at me, Jason. Yeah. Let's go, Sprinkle. All right, it was Army. Be Navy, Army. Be Navy. Be Navy. All I see is this Army guys. Hey. I'm sugar now. Pain. There we go. You want to film? Did we need to mute? There, we should mute too.
Okay.
Mm.
And you guys?
You can't see them, so you just getting everything. So watch your feet.
Way to daddy, Val.
Stop. All day, baby. Okay, Bob, let's go. The team.
Do the second time. Get in there, girl. Did you go? You go? Come on.
Another minute. Where you at? Let's go back in. No. Hey, y'all got we got a count right. I think we got maybe what we have in here. Not over here yet. All right, team, are we missing anyone? What if you set up how you like? I don't know how you want to go. Someone can get in the middle too. Do you really want to like? Everything's gonna be in and out. We have any outfit. I mean, grab your section. Right, I'll get out of here. All right.
I'm not reading.
All right. All right. Ready to go? You guys ready? Go. You guys ready? All right, let's go. You guys rocking it? Great. Let's see what you got. Come on. All right. Easy day. If you're not Team Heroic, go. Get out. Get out, guys. If you're not Team Heroic, get out.
The live stream.
So, funny story. You are unintentionally holding ice. Still the one. Say I love you with our hands. Light work. Give it a try. How we wouldn't have threw it away. Coaching or handhold? Yeah, breathe deep. There you go. Ah. All right. Yeah. That's a great word. Yeah. The reason I go laugh works out at the same time, right? Right. But what I do want is everybody to warm up, get dry, get your clothes on, and get downstairs, right? We gotta wrap this workshop. Let's go. How much time you got? It's so big. You don't need to go to the room. Wait, give me. Wait, give more. How you doing?
Can or shouldn't do something.
If he says don't do it, I trust and respect that. If he says I'll be okay. Is it good?
It's awesome.
Well, wait. Oh, look good. All right, cool. You guys ready to go? Yeah. Good. Rock it. What's next? All right, cool. We're gonna close out downstairs. Look, it's right out.
I love your swimsuit. What? I love your swimsuit. Oh, thank you. Really too many times. Like
I had a friend say, I'm so cool, they call me culo. And culo, of course, is butt in Spanish. And so, yeah, I'm both. Right on. Okay, so let's just talk physiologically briefly. Again, this we could go like crazy on the science behind what was happening with the ice bath. But really quickly, there's a certain hormone that your body produces when you're in a cold environment. It's called norepinephrine. There's other reasons why your body would produce norepinephrine, but when people get thrown overboard in the Nordic Sea and have to last for a long time, norepinephrine is what's pumping through your body to have you burn fat. It's specific for that. At least that's my understanding of it. And some people have deeper understanding of the science. If I say anything wrong, just let me know. But that norepinephrine hit gives you, again, energy and clarity. Why? To get out of the bath, right? To get out of the ice, right? That's the whole, your body's like, dude, but then we're fooling it a little bit because we're doing breathing, we're among people we love, we're holding hands. That's a lot of hand holding. That's awesome, by the way. Usually, like I said, it's like for the group that wasn't part of for the second group, you didn't get this, but I was talking about what we do to reduce stress. And it's usually a bunch of business owners that I'm presenting to. And they say things like a glass of wine or 2 glasses of wine, little TV binge. They say things like that. And, and it's hard to get guys like that to actually hold your hand, even though they're panicking. They're like, okay, hold my hand. Everything's like, you're holding my hand, dude. What's going on? Yeah. Anyway, so anyways, that's basically what's happening. And if it's anyone still feeling pretty good, pretty jazzed, cool. The other question is anyone still a little bit cold? Still a little yeah. So there is, yeah, exactly. She's holding up her blanket. There is no problem at all with putting on a sweatshirt now. You're not supposed to keep that cold all day. And if you went in twice, especially some people that got extra credit, you probably have a really deep chill and you need to warm yourself up. All right. So if you're not back to almost normal by now, doing burpees is a great way to warm yourself up. Go ahead and get your body back warm. And if you're struggling to get warm, just please find me, grab me, or just do burpees. Literally just do something to exercise, move your body, and put on sweater, whatever. And so that's that. And then I got a status on, if you guys were there, Wendy, and she had talked to me beforehand. She knew that she did have some cramping when she got exposed to cold. She got in, she looked up to me like, I'm fully cramping. We got her out. She warmed up, then she went up. My understanding is she's much, much better now, but there was, yeah. Is she in the room, by the way? Oh. Is she alone? Okay. Okay, cool. And she was good. She was back to normal. She's good. Okay.
I saw her in the
All right, cool.
elevator.
Yeah, she was good. Okay, cool. If you're worried about her, we have we took care of that. And yeah, and I actually probably will just say no from now on. This is the second time someone said, hey, I really want to try it anyway. And they cramped up too. So I'm like, there's just really no trying it. If you're in a Wim Hof workshop and someone says they cramp, let them know, hey, it's not a good idea to do the ice bath, probably. Okay, any questions? So I'll take maybe 3-4 questions tops about the whole thing. Anyone have any questions? Yes. Uh-huh. You mean like this? Look up CARS for physical therapy, CARS. CARS in the context of physical therapy. Otherwise, you will get a cartoon movie. Yeah, or if you're like me and you have ChatGPT 4.0 on your phone, you would say, CARS for physical therapy, please. Yes, ma'am. That's a good question. That's just what I was taught. I was taught 90 seconds is what it takes to get that norepinephrine boost if you're new. And if you've done it for a while, you've actually trained your body to wait longer. So 2 minutes is, they just teach us that. 90 seconds for therapeutic dose, 2 minutes is plenty for anyone new. And that's just the guideline. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything more than that. I can tell you that if it was less than a minute, it would be too easy too. Like, and something really special, right? What you guys got it. Like something really special happens around 45 seconds to a minute, right? Which is you really don't like it, but you're okay with it. So that's that norepinephrine hit. Where your body is going, we're in here for a while. The jerk up top in charge isn't getting us out of here fast enough. So we're gonna deal with that in the back. Oh yeah. Okay, I can't. Yes.
I was just following up with gratitude. Thank you.
Oh, you're
for
welcome.
that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And I think you said maybe you would go over with us what we could do at home on the back side of
Yes.
this.
Yes, thank you. Everybody is all like, all right, Jeff, I'm ready to be the Iceman and I'm gonna do like world record stuff. And just so you know, right, like there's the optimizing in general is an art and individualized, right? And optimizing always presupposes that you have something you're going after. Does that make sense? Because if you want to optimize for endurance, you hit the gym a little less and you do different things in the gym, right? But if you're optimizing for muscle mass, right, you're going to be in the gym differently than you are on the bike. You guys get what I'm saying? So if you want to optimize for conditioning for the cold, then you gradually do longer and longer ice baths. But I don't think anyone's in the market for like conditioning for the cold. I'm not, right? And so literally the effect of this tends to last for like a week. I mean, yeah, the overall benefits they say last 5 to 7 days. And yeah, right? You don't have to do it what, right? So that being said, like, you know, if you do an ice bath once a week, twice a month, I don't know. I mean, you just decide what you want to do there, and just know that people get into this like go longer thing, and it's unless you really truly are training for the cold, there's no point. You're optimizing for a goal that's not all that useful for you. Does that make sense? Yeah. Some people with autoimmune diseases are like, I got to get in the bath every day now because I feel good every day now. And so there are people that are like absolutely optimizing for certain types of diseases because they feel so much better for it. Right. And that's worth Googling to check that out. I have a number of friends who went to my workshop and the next day bought an in-home full-on $5,000 plunge, and they do it all the time. They do it way more than me. That being said, my practice, I get to do with you guys pretty frequently, you know, so I don't have a full-on ice bath at home. I have a 100-gallon black horse trough that I fill with ice every once in a while, and I take cold showers every time. Now, that being said, I live in Southern California, so if you Canadians, you know what cold showers really are. Yeah, and I know what a cold shower is because every once in a while I visit my friend in Salt Lake City and I take cold shower. No, but I take cold showers. So it can be anywhere. Like you can not do it again, to answer your question. You could do it once a week. You could go buy a plunge, get crazy like Brian Johnson, do it all the time, right? It's really up to you and what you're optimizing for. So I hope that answers your question. The breathing, basically the same thing. I wake up, I do a round of breathing almost every morning. Sometimes usually 2 or 3. A lot of people I know do that, and you can do it once a week. Just do it when you're like, do you, right? It's really, yes. Okay, real quick. We're going to do a couple more and then off. Yes. Yeah. If you do Wim Hof breathing, it's literally like has a gazillion views. It's the one that comes up at the top. Anyone else?
Is
that it? We're done?
Yeah, let's.
Okay, we're done. Cool.
Thank you. One more time for Jeff. Is this you? Is this stuff you? Okay, so this is you, or is this? No, this is special. We'll keep it anonymous. Okay, that's great. Seriously, one more time for Jeff. Yeah, great job. Great work, dude. Jeff will be here and around for other questions, and you will be seeing a lot more of him and hearing a lot more from him, I promise. Let's actually go there briefly. So Jeff has been one of our big supporters in general, and in particular, helping us cultivate our own workshop to train our coaches to give workshops. We've been talking about this for months, and even just Michael and I were just talking, just seeing you in action and talking about what we can do to create a workshop that truly trains you, which we've been talking about and flirting with and all that stuff. So we're really excited to continue the conversations with you, Jeff. Pursue this in general, and in particular, pursue the conversations with you just to dial it down and have a world-class workshop training facilitation to help you do your equivalent 3-hour heroic workshop in which you're helping people move from theory to practice to mastery using the app, etc. So it was so fun to see you in action, man, and to imagine empowering our team of heroic coaches to do something similar. So bless you, man. Great work.
Who here, show of hands, has seen Finding Joe? Who here has not seen Finding Joe? All right, and live stream, I don't have the screen in front, but most folks on the live stream, show of hands, have not seen Finding Joe. So for those that don't know, Brian was featured in a documentary called Finding Joe, all about Joseph Campbell and the hero's journey. It's got a great origin story. We are going to watch some clips from that documentary and then bring it back to our next exercise and the rest of the evening. So I think we've got a video teed up here.
And let me give it a more frame if I can.
Sure.
So then the thing I'm actually most proud of, I'm proud to have been featured in the documentary, but I'm most proud that I and my work inspired the creator of the documentary to create the documentary. So Pat Solomon, and I share that in this context, not to celebrate me, but to highlight that what I've said from the beginning is we're going to change the world when we can train heroes, which is what Joseph Campbell tells me every morning. We train heroes is what he tells us, or tells me and us in my meditation. We train heroes who become guides, who train heroes who become guides, who train heroes who become guides. So we're going to talk more about our long-term vision and how to go about changing the world tomorrow. But again, what I'm most excited about with this movie is my notes on Joseph Campbell inspired Pat Solomon to create a movie that has inspired millions and millions of people at this point. So that's amazing, and I feel honored to be in that documentary, and we'll look at some clips. And then also just to set the context here, 2:30, Giovanni Marseco, the director of a new movie coming out called Hero. We're going to talk to him for a few minutes, 15, 30 minutes before we watch his film, which is premiering right now. So when I was in Toronto, for the FC stuff and a keynote, I watched his premiere that week. It's a beautiful film. I can't wait to share with you and to introduce Giovanni to you. And he was inspired, by the way, to create that movie after watching Finding Joe. So it's his take on Finding Joe, and he'll talk about that. So there you have me trying to do my best to be a hero, to be a guide, who inspired Pat, who did this, who did that, who now Giovanni's doing this. And the ripples are real. The math is real. And it's unknowable just the impact we can have, and whether it's at that scale or one person saying one thing to one person that saves their life. We never know what is going to happen when. Other exciting news, I did meet my new friend, the head coach of the U.S. national men's soccer team. We hit it off, and I'm giving a talk to the guys Wednesday night before dinner, before they go hit the field on Thursday for the next game. Let's go! So their core virtues are bravery, diversity, and relentlessness. I said, I can talk about those things. We got some virtues we can talk about there. Closing the gap, baby. So anyway, super fun. Excited to frame it up. And then we've got a tight little window here between here and our chat with Giovanni. And then I think we're going to take a little break, and then we'll get to work with we'll have fun with the movie. People not follow their bliss. One word, fear. Right? We're literally overwhelmed by fear, and primarily we're overwhelmed by the fear of what other people will think of us. Pause. Does that sound? Campbell says that. Does that sound good? Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go. That's me 13 years ago, by the way. So this is me. Oh, no, 15 years ago. So this is me. I spent a year in Bali. I got a massage every single day for 6 months in a row. I missed a couple of days, but then I got 2 the next day. So this is me. Alexander and I look at us when we were in Bali, pre-kids. We're like, oh my goodness, Polly. Anyway, sorry, I didn't know if this sounds a little bit weird.
You went from a massage every day to a cold plunge every day.
Yeah, you know, and 11-year-old and 6-year-old, slightly different life experience. Let's go.
What will they think of me must be put aside for bliss. One of the biggest inhibitors to following our bliss is what will they think of me? Am I going to look like an idiot if I follow my bliss and I fail? Am I going to look like a fool? All these different questions come into our mind.
Your friends and family, you know, who can be very well-meaning, but really will collude with you to create a story that it's hard for you to get out of. For example, you know, don't do music, you won't be a musician. You know, there's no point trying to be a dancer because you'll never make a living doing it. I think that's the first step to the journey. They're the demons we often have to face down.
We are each our own greatest inhibitors. And so people could say, oh yeah, this guy's holding me back or this situation, but really you're holding yourself back. You're deciding, hey, I don't want to look bad in front of those guys, or I don't want those guys to say some bad things about me. So I'm not going to do that. Who made that decision? You. I'm not going to do that. It means you've decided.
There's a poem of Rumi, the great mystical poet from the Middle East in the 12th century, who said, I want to sing like birds sing, not worrying who listens or what they think. But if you can do that, then you can achieve the impossible.
For me, one of the most formative times, the first probably most formative time, was when I dropped out of law school. All of my friends at the time told me at least stay through the first year. And I couldn't make it through the first semester. I was literally nauseous at the idea of completing this. I burned my resume. I had no desire to live within the corporate world in any sense. And in the same 24-hour period of time, ended my relationship of 5 years and dropped out of law school. It was an incredibly gut-wrenching, soul-wrenching time. Moved back in with mom. There were several months where I just laid in bed and slept and read, and it wasn't a pretty process. But the only thing I knew I wanted to do was to coach a Little League baseball team. The little bit of instinct that I had, the little bit of bliss I had in my life at that time was to work with these kids. And I had no idea what would come out of it. And then 3-6 months later, I had an idea that, wow, there's an amazing opportunity to serve families in sports. The internet was just getting going. This was 1998. And I had a vision of what I could do to serve these families and created a company that there's no way I could have imagined when I dropped out of law school. No possible way. But as it turns out, I started this business. We won the business plan competition at UCLA. We raised $5 million. I hired the CEO of Adidas to be our CEO. And we hired the law firm that I would have wanted to work for before I graduated from law school. So there's this beautiful, you know, sense of this is it. This is what happens when we follow our bliss. Magical things happen that we couldn't have imagined when we're going through the tough point of making the decision to take the leap, to go for it, and to make the difference in our life. Fear is a very interesting thing. First of all, we need to realize that fear is an inherent part of the human experience, but it's not about getting rid of fear. Where's it going to go? It's not, there's nowhere for it to go. The issue is to have courage, to move forward in spite of the fear you feel.
The courage is not a lack of fear. The courage is dealing with your fear. Nobody would ever be described as courageous who didn't confront their own fear. That's not courage at all. It's just, you know, doing something that you find relatively unchallenging.
Courage is when you know what to do and you do it. And lack of courage is when you know what to do and you don't do it.
Courage is the ability to get up after you've fallen and try again. Exploring the unknown and trying stuff that maybe people have thought was impossible.
It's just like a muscle. If you want to get strong, or you want to run a triathlon or run a marathon or do whatever you want to do physically, you know you need to train. You need to get stronger. Courage is exactly the same thing. Think of it like courage gym. You've got to consistently go up to your fears, Go one step past them, one step past them. And you'll find that your comfort zone expands each time you do that. Things that used to freak you out won't freak you out as much. And now you have the tools, you have the strength literally to lift more in your life as you face your fears more and more authentically.
So that was 15 years ago. You shared one of your hero's journeys. In a minute, we're going to take a exercise, hero bars, and look at our own lives and see what are the hero's journeys that we've been on. What are those experiences? We've already gone to the courage gym that we're proud of, moving through that cycle. So we'll go to the workbook for that. We'll capture those insights, those lessons from our own journeys, and then share as a table. But want to create some space. If you want to frame up the hero's journey on a high level, and then any other guidance.
Yeah, that's great. Team, can you find the Sat, Chit, and Ananda scene?
We have them all timestamped. Brian Tier watched most of the documentary yesterday and timestamped every single.
Let's get that one up too. Let's see if we can find that, because I think that's when I was thinking about one of the things I want to make sure we talk about. It's that. I can share it in real time, or I can. It's kind of fun to hear that version of me. There's like a sweetness to. Oh, I like that guy.
So Derek,
what a sweet younger version of me. Oh, geez.
Derek, if you can pull up the YouTube. Yeah. Or Calvin, if you can get him the YouTube. Let's do it live.
I kind of like it. Let's take our time, but we can talk about other things. We can come back to it. One of the things that version of me talked about in that film was there are 3 jumping off points into enlightenment: Sat, Chit, and Ananda. Ananda being bliss, Sat and Chit being a couple other things we'll talk about in a moment. But the hero journey from my vantage point has 3 phases to it. I like to simplify everything into 3s. It's one of the things that I do more deliberately since working with Phil Stutz more often. A good play, a good movie, whatever, has 3 acts, right? So good things come in 3s. But the first thing is the hero gets a call to adventure. And you wouldn't be here if you haven't heard and responded to that call a number of times. And we all get it. But that basically means that you realize your life is capable. You're capable of doing more in your life, in whatever sense, you know, energy, work, love, however you frame it up. But there's this call to adventure, and the hero either answers that call or they don't. To the extent you don't answer that, oops, we've got a gap that shows up, you know, and that which you don't express comes back to you in the negative. So we want to pay attention to that. And you want to know that a good life is one hero's journey after another. So Campbell says a good life is one hero's journey after another. Stephen Pressfield takes it even further. In The Artist's Journey, his great book, he says you have 1,000 hero's journeys a day. You're being called out of your comfort zone to be your best self. And I would say moment to moment to moment when you're mindful of it. And you want to respond to those calls. Now, when you respond to the call, you get buddies, you get a guide and you get buddies. And you've heard me frame this up a bunch of times, but it's a really important metaphor for our business, because this is what we're trying to operationalize. We're trying to take the wisdom from Finding Joe, from Hero, from all of the mythology, and architect our platform so we can help you, the hero, connect with guides. In this context, I'm currently the prototypical guide with Michael, with Alexandra, with our coaches, soon to be other thought leaders and other coaches, etc. But then you get buddies, right? So here we are. This is the Fellowship of the Ring. This is Harry getting Dumbledore as his guide, but then Hermione and Ron. But then the most important part, now I'm getting ahead of myself, but the most important part of the journey is the hero becoming the guide. And one of my favorite frames that I've made recently is Harry got Dumbledore and Hermione and Ron, but then Harry and Hermione and Ron went through enough cycles of their own hero's journeys such that in years 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whenever it happened, they're training the students at Hogwarts. And it's only because the heroes became the guides to future heroes that they defeated Voldemort and won the metaphorical battle between vice and virtue. That's literally the perfect metaphor for what we're talking about. The hero becomes the guide, who trains heroes become guides. So back to our origin part 1 story of the hero's journey.
We can if you want to play, we're ready.
Okay, cool. Man, let's do it, and then we'll tie it all back in. That was this. We call them ninjas. Speed is a force. Let's go.
I feel like we need a Casey clip.
We do. I need to get.
Well,
I actually have that, but I should find that.
We'll
That's
get on
good.
that. All right, let's hit
To
the.
find your own path. And that kind of comes from that impulse within to go out and really discover who you are beyond just the narrow confines of how you've been conditioned, what you've been told to do, and go out and explore for yourself what your truth is and how you can go out and rock it. The hero's journey for me is having the courage to look within yourself and say, what am I here to do? What am I most passionate about in my life? What are my greatest gifts? How do I give them to the world? And Joseph Campbell captured it with the phrase, follow your bliss.
Follow your bliss. I don't think more profound teachings have ever been given than this one.
Follow your bliss means listening to your heart and following your truth.
There's something specific about the word bliss. It's not ecstasy. It's not happiness. There's a serenity in bliss.
I like to talk about your bliss as the thing you can't not do. So it's your authentic journey.
I'd heard follow your bliss, but I didn't know where it came from. And what's cool is that it's grounded in deep Hindu spirituality and philosophy, and it comes from the Upanishads. There were 3 launching points into enlightenment: Sat, Chit, and Ananda. So Sat means beingness, Chit means consciousness, and Ananda means bliss or rapture. Joseph Campbell said to himself, I don't really know what my beingness is. If I'm honest with myself, I don't really know what my consciousness is, but I do know what my bliss is, and I can follow my bliss. And that idea of trusting ourselves and trusting that deep impulse within us to go out and follow our bliss, do what makes us feel most alive, that's the path. That's the key. That's the essence of the hero's journey.
Nice work, team.
Follow your bliss does not mean get addicted to.
We got Deepak trailing in behind. That's great. That's great. What a great way to frame it up. And again, great work, team, finding that out. Bob Walter, who came in right before I came back in, is joining us for a chat with Masters, I think next week. Beautiful man, who ran the Joseph Campbell Foundation, was Campbell's editor in the last years of his life, and just a beautiful guy who's become a good friend. So we're going to talk next week. So follow your bliss, right? And this is part of phase 1, because you know, if you slow down long enough, you know that there's a certain call. There's a certain phone ringing is the metaphor I use in the film as well. And you need to answer the phone. But following your bliss, trusting yourself. I forget who just said it there. But it's funny because on my wall of heroes, so I meditate to my heroes, they give me advice. The first person I talk to is Emerson. All he says every morning, Ralph Waldo, although my son has a lot of wisdom too. Ralph Waldo tells me, trust thyself. It just hits me every time. And it's what I use every day. Trust thyself, trust thyself. Every heart vibrates to that iron string, is what he says in Self-Reliance. But right below Emerson on my wall, I have Campbell. And Campbell's the one who tells me we train heroes. And so this process of trusting ourselves and following that intuition, that sense of joy, is so powerful. And then bliss needs to go with blisters, by the way. So it's not just follow your bliss. There's that follow your grunt, follow your blisters, do the hard work to show up and battle those dragons. And that's phase 2, by the way. So now we've got the hero answering the call, moving forward, guide, buddies. Then what? Well, then it gets interesting. Then you got your dragons, and yours are different than mine. The same way that the sirens, I just love this metaphor. Mispronouncing names is one of my superpowers, as you know, right? I recorded the audiobook, right? 19 hours, and Odysseus is what I said, but no, it's Odysseus. Awesome. Never knew that. Been saying that forever. So Odysseus, has to get through the sirens, right? The sirens each sang a different song for each sailor. So everybody's got their own idiosyncratic kryptonites, their own little voices in their head. And everyone also has that beautiful, intuitive sense of what's right and what we need to do. Hero answers the call to adventure. They get a guide, they get buddies, and then they battle dragons. So yours are going to be idiosyncratically yours. And the battle turns into a taming of the dragons and turns into a riding of the dragons. With enough cycles through, you'll still face those quote dragons, but they become less scary. And in my own experience, I can look at how I was terrified and nearly destroyed by them, and that's a natural part of taming a wild mythological creature like a dragon. You're going to need to get some dragon scars. You got to be willing to do that. But for me, in my own experience, it's become less of a battle and more of a ride. Where literally, when I remember to say, bring it on, that dragon, that fear, that overwhelm, that anxiety, all those things don't become negative things. They become the fuel that allows me to say, I'm excited. I mean, Jeff's playful, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. Bring it on. I love pain. I love uncertainty. I love hard work. And that's becoming more true for me, even over the last X weeks of, no, I really, really do. This is my goal, is to actualize my potential in service to something bigger than myself. I've answered the call. I've tattooed my body with my own idiosyncratic call. And I've suffered the pain of that commitment many, many times. Odysseus and his men wept all the time. The number of times he talks about his men weeping in the face of what they had to face, yet continuing on their quest is profound. So we battle, we tame, we ride our dragons to our infinite potential, getting comfortable, being uncomfortable. We win, we learn, we win, we learn, and then we come back. And this is the third phase. So we go through the growth process, the initiation, etc. Then we come back with the boon, is how Campbell put it. The boon, the gift, is your transformed consciousness, period. So what does that mean? Goosebumps, that means you learned how to more consistently flip the switch and show up as your best, most heroic self. Now you're about confidence the other day. Am I coming in and out a little bit? We talked about confidence a bit the other way. When you go through this, like the military guys we've been talking about, you're more humble than you were when you started. There's no bravado. When you've really gone through that enough times, you know how hard it is, you know how much you've suffered, you have a sensitivity to how much other people are suffering, and you can bring encouragement, but it's with a real grounded, humble, fierce commitment to helping other people at this stage. But your transformed consciousness is your greatest gift. And again, the hero becomes the guide. So that's how I see the basic arc of the hero's journey. And you've all been through it. So what Michael's going to encourage us to do is to reflect on those times when we've gone through it. And I want to emphasize the near certain truth of the fact that you earned your hero bar by moving through fear doors. And it's a couple of the chapters in the book. I talk about a few of my own fear doors. The things I'm most proud of in my life are the moments in which I almost didn't do something because of overwhelming fear. And I took one more step, as McRaven says. And I just took one more step, and then one more step, and then one more step, and then one more step. And then, oh, wow, I'm going through. The best way to get through hell is to keep going, Churchill says, right? But I want you to recognize, as you look at the hero bars that you have created, the things you're most proud of in your life, that hero bar was made with blood and sweat and tears as your primary ingredients. It was cooked at high heat, overnight oftentimes, up late at night. Abraham Maslow would go through this so many times, and he so beautifully says in my notes on Future Visions, which is the unpublished private writings of Abraham Maslow. He died at like 59 years old of a heart attack. And this book, we all know him about the self-actualizing individual and whatnot, but this book was unpublished private writings. And one of the talks he gave, he talked about the nausea that he experienced, the insomnia that he experienced whenever he was at the creative edge, trying to figure out a new idea. And he had gone through it so many times that his beautiful wife said, when he would be going through it, oh, something good must be cooking, Abe, because she knew that something good was cooking. So when I get up in the middle of the night, which I do nearly every night, frankly, sometimes just with enthusiasm, other times just working on a challenge, and sometimes more acutely and for a longer period of time. But those nights when I'm up, you know, and it's like, all right, I'm up and I'm working on something that really is important to me. And remember, stress goes with meaning. You don't want stress in your life? Perfect. Don't do anything. Don't do anything meaningful. Move to Bali and get a massage every day for 6 months. Yeah. Look at me. My goodness, was I unstressed in that phase of my life? Stress goes with meaning. You know, if you want to have a meaningful life, you have to embrace the stress. So when I'm up at night, and you want to know that intellectually, and then when you feel it, you want to say, bring it on, approach it. Don't shame yourself. It's like shaming yourself for being willing to get into a cold plunge and feeling that burst. No, no, no. That was a beautiful thing that you had the courage to get in there, or the courage not to get in there, by the way, if that was the right decision for you. I told Emerson wasn't sure if he wanted to get in. And Alexander and I were talking to him about it. He was feeling a certain amount of pressure. And I said, dude, the only thing that's going to disappoint me is if you get in because you think you need to get in. And it's not a choice that you're making out of your own decision to go. I don't want you, tears in my eyes, I don't want you to ever conform or to do things because you feel pressured to do it. But that little micro moments, my goodness, that willingness to create meaning in our lives by taking on meaningful challenges and finding our edge and occasionally getting scratched by the dragon, even especially as we're learning the first few phases, right? You're going to get scratched up. And I want you to bear those scars like medals, which is another chapter which I got from Paulo Coelho. But anyway, when I'm up in the middle of the night and I'm cooking a good hero bar, I literally think of Abraham Maslow. And I bring him in. He pops off my Dumbledore headmaster wall. He's like, hey, what's up? You know, he kind of walks in. He's like, we're cooking a good hero bar tonight. Let's go. We don't need to shame ourselves. That's what it is supposed to be. And paradoxically, as I do that and I do my breath work and I do my quote mantra prayers, boom, back to sleep, feeling good. And I've gotten rid of the negative kind of residue on that. But that's what I think about with the hero's journey. Really excited to frame it up. We got 15 minutes before Giovanni. What's the specific exercise we're going to give them?
Yeah, so let's get those slides up. And for anyone looking to learn more about the hero's journey from the book, the best chapter is actually Heroic Coach. So 952, check that out. We'll dig it more into that tomorrow. And then this next exercise, Hero Bars, it's in the workbook, page 31, collector's edition. Again, hold on to those. There's a chapter.
By the way, sorry, dude, we're so excited about it. We're going to make that workbook a hardcover. We're going to make that workbook have every single one of the tools in the app. We're going to have the work. It's just going to be beautiful. So this first version is really exciting, but imagine a work of art. And that's, you know, first pass at it, but just the same commitment to creating a masterpiece with this as a workbook as well.
Yeah. Theodore 623 and 626, and then Hero Bars. You can see there 780. The Brian spoke yesterday about let's get a messy version 1, to use a nice word.
Yep.
This was literally like a 48-hour, let's get something turned around quickly. So these are our messy version 1s. But take that, and again, Gio's good maybe for 5 minutes extra.
Say that again.
At 6:35, Giovanni.
Yeah.
Or
2:35.
2:35. So we have a little bit more time. Capture some of those hero bars that you're proud of. The instructions are in the workbook. What are those experiences that earlier in your life you went through just really, really proud of? What were those challenges that you faced? Capture them, partner up in groups of 2, share them. If you're receiving, just really be present to the energy that's coming from the person that's sharing with you. When were they lit up? What are they just so proud of? And offer some reflection back to them of, oh my goodness, I can see how that really formed who you are and how you're showing up. So that hero bar exercise, capture some of yours. The instructions are there, cooking them overnight, etc. But go ahead and capture some of those moments that you are proud of. And then feast on them every day. When you are facing a challenge, when you are facing an obstacle, it's one of the scientifically proven pieces for self-efficacy, those mastery experiences. So we're capturing them such that you can share them and then use them day in, day out through the rest of your lives. I'm gonna put this in the other room. What? Put this in the other room.
Can you put that somewhere else? Respectfully, maybe?
Yeah.
She wanted me to do something Veterans Day, but I don't think do you need me for Veterans Day?
We're good. We're good. Yeah. Thank you. Bless you.
Can you take this to Brian?
And thank you,
Can you
for
breathe?
your service. Your sacrifice is hard. Maybe after the movie if you guys really want to, but I feel good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Perfect. Good. Huh. Okay, cool. Maybe let's do that after this. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead and wrap up those conversations. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Let's all take a breath into the nose. Back out, extending the exhalation. Sounds like that was another good one. And we're going to keep it rolling. Got a special guest joining us here virtually.
Lucky us. Giovanni Marseco is joining us here. Can we get you up? You guys see enough of me. Come on down. There.
Hello.
Good to see you, brother.
You too, Brian.
Giovanni is beaming in live from Toronto still, or have you flown out to Miami yet?
I am in Miami.
You're in Miami. Welcome to Miami. We got Miami. Fans of Miami. Good to see you.
You too.
We have told our community about your beautiful film coming up. Check out that beautiful T-shirt you've got going on. Look at you.
Keen fashion sense.
Yeah, exactly. Well played. So Giovanni and I met through a mutual friend, Ben Pekulski, who is former Mr. Canada, heroic coach, dear friend, great human being. And that's right? I get this confused. Was it Hal? Or was it Hal or Ben?
Ben.
It was Ben. Good. Because Hal had the same whole nother conversation. So we connected and it was like this almost connection. And then we reconnected. And then it was one of those moments of, oh, okay, cool. We talked like the next day. And as it turns out, I'm going to be in Toronto for a couple of things. He's like, you're going to be in Toronto? Well, I got a movie premiere, Hero, capital H-E-R-O. You got to come to it, and just became fast friends and soul brothers. And I'm just so excited to be here with you today, and to show your movie to our community. We are fired up, and I just wanted to take some time to connect with you, to celebrate you, and to have you frame up kind of your hero's journey and your origin story and what led you to be here premiering your movie globally online over the next X days. But bless you, brother. Great to have you.
It is such a serendipitous honor. And I feel like I'm living a dream. And I part of this origin story, actually, this is so wild. We're on this session together, and I've created this hero film because I was inspired by this movie I saw 10 years ago called Finding Joe. That's all about Joseph Campbell and the hero's journey. And it is my favorite movie ever. It's my favorite documentary ever, outside of my own films now. But there was this really awesome guy in the movie named Brian Johnson that I fell in love with as a philosopher and jumped into all of his work. And I became a huge fan of that guy. And then I thought, when we made our first movie with my partner, Nick Nanton, he's made 60 films. He's won 22 Emmys, and he approached me to do something together. And we made one called Dreamer, which was my idea of showcasing the stories of people who had big dreams and wanted them to not only wanted them to become a reality, but did to impact millions of people. And then for the next one, I thought, wouldn't it be cool to pay homage to Finding Joe and Joseph Campbell and make our hero's journey film? And that's where we're at. That like, and literally launched yesterday.
So exciting. And you can, Giovanni has, he's going to be releasing it traditionally, but before he does that, he's streaming it for free for X period of days. So we've got the link that you all will get access to that you can share with your friends. You're going to be able to watch it kind of in the private screening here. Live streaming, same thing. But then, of course, in the chat, please share the link so others can watch it for free live. But rewind. Your story is awesome. So just tell us a bit about you, Professor X.
Well, in 5th grade, well, when I was in elementary school, we moved around a lot. So I was always the new kid, always not fitting in, often bullied. And in 5th grade, the school board did IQ testing and I scored really high and they labeled me as gifted. And because of that, once a week, they would bus me to a different school for gifted class with a bunch of other gifted kids, which was awesome. But when I went back to my regular school, I'd be bullied for being smart. And it was weird and painful. And I learned to hate that word gifted until high school. And this is in the early 90s. I discovered comic books. And back then they weren't cool or accepted like they, like superheroes are now. So I had to read them in secret. And I loved the Spider-Man, all the traditional things, Spider-Man, Iron Man, but it was my first X-Men comic book. The very first page I opened said Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. And that word was there again that I learned to hate, but I fell in love with the idea that it meant superpower. And it was a massive, this is a 14, 15-year-old massive paradigm shift for me to think, the thing that I thought was a curse is actually a gift. And the thing that made me stand out, where I was desperately trying to fit in, is the superpower. And having that kind of realization as a teenager is kind of weird. And in high school, I would tell all my friends, when I grow up, I'm going to lead a team of superheroes. And they all laughed and thought I was joking. And I was extremely serious. And fast forward to today, and I lead a team of superheroes. The company's called Archangel. We are a membership organization for entrepreneurial type people that want to make the world better. To become what I call a millionaire, my definition of that word is someone who impacts 1 million people. And we are a global community of millionaires and future millionaires. And we are a real life X-Men. So when people talk about these wild ideas, or what some people might label as crazy, to me, I love that, because anything, these devices that we're using today are crazy. They were someone's crazy idea at some point. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Well, to all our Zoom friends, I know you can all hear me, so that's awesome. We'll wait for them to fix it.
Oh, we got some Zoom.
There we
friends.
go.
Thank you, Zoom. But rewind us. About 60 seconds. I forget what came before. I was so focused on the 3 words, millionaires. You were talking about redefining, of course, what it means to be a millionaire as one who has impacted millions of people. So your organization, et cetera. And then we got a little glitchy there, and I just want to make sure we catch everything.
Yeah. So I ended by saying what I'm doing, most people would consider crazy, which is I've built an entire business based off of the X-Men, where our members are like the team of superheroes, and then part of what I want to do is create this global community and global school that's free to teach people how to find their inner hero and turn the thing they think is a curse into a gift, and then harness that to become a superpower, which they can create value for others with, and either build a career around that or build a business around that. And you know, that's why I love you and why you and I are so damn aligned with everything we're doing.
Yeah. Hey, man, we got the same haircut too. Doesn't he look like Professor Xavier? This is so good. Talking about living into your dreams. Hey, dude, who are your two favorite heroes?
Well, my favorite superhero, I've always said, is Professor X. Oh, my two favorite heroes. From authors, I would say you and Seth Godin are my two author heroes, and another fancy bald guy. Lately I've been saying well, because you know the hero's journey very well, most of these stories have a guide, right? And my guides, who are also my heroes, are my future self and my former self, like me when I'm 100 and me when I was 10. And I talk to both of them a lot.
Oh, bless you, dude. Well, it's interesting too, because seeing that we were separated at birth as soul brothers, so I'm kind of the equivalent current version of you, right? So we got 10-year-old, 100-year-old, and if I'm falling in there somewhere, I'm just your parallel self in this current reality. That's so good. I can see it too. One of my dear friends, we had a similar chat with Mark Devine yesterday, former Navy SEAL commander, mental toughness guy, but incredibly integrated spiritual human being, whose two favorite heroes are King Leonidas and Jesus.
Wow.
We're talking and you're like, yeah, exactly. If you were going to find a way to combine those two archetypal and literal heroes in a single human being, it would be Mark Devine. So when I think of you, Professor X, you know, it was your very clear one. Wow, that's a pretty darn good job, dude, of embodying a real life Professor X. And then your 10-year-old version and the 100-year-old version kind of through line is just beautiful. Tell us about the film. So what are we going to watch? And what do you want to kind of frame it up with as we get ready to enjoy your work of art?
Well, what I want to create is a new genre that I'm calling real life superhero movies, right? So the idea is that I'm the biggest fan of comic books. So any Marvel film or all those kinds of things, I love those movies. And I'm obsessed with film in general. Like I think I told you, for the past 15 years, every weekend I'll go to a matinee by myself. I've done this for 15 years. It's my escape. It's my creative process. It's my third home kind of thing. So I love movies, and I thought a lot of us are inspired by these characters, fictional characters. But I think there are so many people I know in my world that are real life superheroes that would inspire millions of people. And environment is so important. I've been in rooms with people changing the world for millions of people, and that's what unlocked and unleashed it for me. So what if I create films like that can have the same effect, where people may not have access to those rooms? So Dreamer was the first one, Hero is the next one, and it tells 4 very unique hero's journey, transformative stories of people who've been through massive loss, failure, challenge, obstacle, and each of them in their own way have gotten through it and transformed and have now impacted a lot of people because of it. They're very diverse, but you'll spot the patterns and the through lines of their stories, and they're very powerful. We screened it, or we did the premiere in Toronto that you came to for around 300 people, and it ended with a 5-minute roaring standing ovation, which was mind-blowing. And then we literally just released it not even 24 hours ago. We're doing an online world premiere, so anyone can opt in and watch it for free for the next week. And I've already had, I think I've texted you some of them, like hundreds of emails of people who have been impacted, transformed by this film. And many of them saying, I'm going to watch it 10 times this week, which is insane, right? So I'm so excited for all of us here to experience it, to watch it. And I will say, make sure after this event you register at theheromovie.com, because there's a series of surprise gifts that we're offering to people. One of them you'll see I come on at the end of the film for 2 minutes and I share what the first gift is, and it's a $3,000 value, and the whole thing is completely like everything we're doing is free. We just want to thank people for helping spread the word for this film.
theheromovie.com. We shared that in the live stream link. Before we go into the movie, actually, tell us about the patterns we're going to see. How I framed it up right before we came on. We watched some clips from Finding Joe that I was in with a few of the others there, and we kind of riffed on some of the themes as I see it, you know.
Right.
How would you describe the patterns that you see as a storyteller and a filmmaker and a real life Professor X? Tell us about the hero's journey from your vantage point.
Yeah, for sure. There's always the reluctancy, the reluctant hero who actually prefers to stay in their comfort zone where it's safe. And something happens that forces them out into an extraordinary world or something, or the unknown. There's always a guide character, someone who's giving them the tools to get through the dark forest. There's often failure. I think a lot of people just assume that those of us who are heroic are just winning all the time. It's not only is that not the case, the failure is part of that transformation. And in this film, you'll see massive failure, but that leads to the transformation and identity shifting. People become literally transformed.
Let's actually go there briefly. Identity, I know, is a big thing for you, and you know it's a big thing for us. Tell us your take on identity and its creation.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with this concept now, right? So I have this thing I call identity engineering. I not only do I believe there's science, a lot of science and research around that, the idea that personality isn't permanent, and that we not only are we constantly evolving and changing, we can proactively program that change. And I see identity evolving as a skill set that we can acquire. It's like, it's not what you're born with necessarily. It's like designing a character for a story, and yet the story can be nonfiction. And we're not only the hero of our own journey, we're the narrator, the scriptwriter, the set designer, the director, the producer. And I believe that if life is a story, then let's all make ours a bestseller.
And with that, I think we're ready to watch your film. Gio, I love you. I appreciate you. I can't wait to see you again in person. And thank you for blessing us with your gifts and answering the call to adventure over and over and over again. Great work.
Thank you. Thank you all for watching our film, and I'd love to get all your feedback. That'd be amazing.
Everybody, thank you to Gio.
Thank you.
All right, I know you got a busy launch day and week. Enjoy yourself Saturday night in Miami.
Thanks, Brian.
Wonderful. All right. Hey, before we go in, actually, let's do what you had suggested, Jeff. A minute of silence and reflection for our veterans. Is Jeff in the room? Yeah. You got a thing?
Yeah.
You want to do it after the movie or before the
Do it
movie?
right now.
Yeah, let's do that thing.
So
I don't know what the thing is, but let's do the thing.
Yes. So first, before we get into that, we're going to do video testimonials for Areté in the hallway. I want to share that now before we go into the experience. And we're going to take a break right after this. So a 10-minute break, so you can go to the bathroom, grab water, do some more burpees before we actually start the movie. Thanks for everyone who's already put their burpee total on the post on Heroic Social. We're excited to see how many we've gotten. I know many of you have in your head from yesterday and your head from today. Do put them on that post on Heroic Social so we can count them up. Again, burpees for vets. We'll share the URL, etc. And then let's bring up Jason and Tim. We're gonna do.
Have we asked them about that?
Yes, we're
Okay.
yeah, we're good. Yeah.
No, these are humble guys.
We're going to honor those who have sacrificed on today's Veterans Day.
Well, Brian up here too, then, and Chris. If we're bringing up vets, then we got a lot of vets.
So yeah,
who's a vet that's here? Please come up if you're up for it. We got. Look at all these heroes. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Get on up. Troy, I'm getting the hugs out of the deal there. Come on. Bless you, brother. Thank you. Can we get the roving we got Chris, we got the big guy. Yeah, Logan, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Thanks for making it out. Oh, bless you. Okay. No.
Thanks for letting me.
Oh, bless you. I'm so happy he's here.
You want to say that?
Okay, so while this is we're doing it for Canada as well, and today is Remembrance Day for Canada. And while I didn't know this was a tradition in Canada, or I probably would have broken the workshop, and we would have done a minute of silence at 11, because I believe it's a minute of silence at 11 is what I was told.
It's 11/11/11.
11/11. Okay,
Armistice
thank you.
Day. I looked it up today. It was fascinating to learn the origin story for veterans.
And then I'll be reading what was sent to me in terms of the poll. Does anyone want to speak to the specifics of the ceremony? Or do we just get right into it? Jason, Tim, you guys want to speak to it, or just want me to read the? Okay.
So there's something special about this flag. It is in honor of a Vietnam vet who passed away just recently. A road team member is in the room right now. But this is in honor of his father who served.
The first fold of our flag is a symbol of life. The second fold is a symbol of our belief in eternal life. The third fold is made in honor and remembrance of the veterans departing our ranks who gave a portion of their lives for the defense of our country to attain peace throughout the world. The fourth fold represents our weaker nature, for as American citizens trusting in God, it is to him we turn in times of peace as well as in time of war for his divine guidance. The fifth fold is a tribute to our country, for in the words of Stephen Decatur, our country, in dealing with other countries, may she always be right, but it is still our country, right or wrong. The sixth fold is for where our hearts lie. It is with our heart that we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The seventh fold is a tribute to our armed forces, for it is through the armed forces that we protect our country and our flag against all her enemies, whether they are found within or without the boundaries of our republic. The eighth fold is a tribute to the one who entered into the valley of the shadow of death, that we might see the light of day. The ninth fold is a tribute to womanhood and mothers, for it has been through their faith, their love, loyalty, and devotion that the character of the men and women who have made this country great has been molded. The 10th fold is a tribute to the Father, for he too has given his sons and daughters for defense of our country since they were first born. The 11th fold represents the lower portion of the seal of King David and King Solomon, and glorifies in the Hebrews' eyes the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The 12th fold represents an emblem of eternity and glorifies in the Christian's eyes God the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. The 13th fold, or when the flag is completely folded, the stars are uppermost, reminding us of our nation's motto, "In God we trust." After the flag is completely folded and tucked in, it takes on the appearance of a cocked hat, ever reminding us of the soldiers who served under General George Washington and the sailors and Marines who served under Captain John Paul Jones, who were followed by their comrades and shipmates in the armed forces of the United States, preserving for us the rights, privileges, and freedoms we enjoy today. The next time you see a flag ceremony honoring someone that has served our country, either in the armed forces or in our civilian services, such as the police force or fire department, keep in mind all the important reasons behind each and every movement. They have paid the ultimate sacrifice for us all. Take a moment of silence. Thank the men and women up here. Bless you all. What an honor to spend the moment with you. What a beautiful ceremony. Thank you. Hoo-yah. I'd say fly Navy, but I'd get some Army guys upset with me. So what do we got? Army, Navy. Two forces synchronous. Let's do a count here. We're getting ready to arm wrestle this one out. What was that? Oh, it's all a competition. Come on. I got you. We're gonna fold. No, the Navy's like, we'll bring him in under the Navy. Let's go. Bless you all. Anything you want to share? Ah, yeah, you are. Thank you. Appreciate you all. And thank you all. Oh my God. Bless you. Bless you. Like beautiful. Good to see you, brother. Thanks, Charlie. Right on, dude. My grandfather served in the Marines. World War II. Let's go. Yeah. Oh. Oh, dude. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Can't wait to see you in a month. Love you, brother. Always. So we'll transition to a break now. Let's make it 13 minutes. We'll start the film at 3:20. So come back in here for that. Again, restrooms, water, burpees. See you soon. Yeah, I've got one. Yeah.
I'm infected. My condition is I'm always in my head. These words are my religion. I'm obsessed. It's by decision. I'ma do this till I'm dead. Set me on fire. Set me on fire. To the light. Onto the light. and never in my disease is what you think. I can't stop acting like a missile on I'm a force, say you will dread. Set me on fire, set me on fire. Awesome alive, awesome alive. The fever burns, shut it out. Lay my tongue. Then you hear the trumpet. Down, scraping in, inside out, share my skin. Then you hear the trumpet. Been waiting all my life to live when I've only been dreaming. You love when I've only been sleeping. Can't let time keep passing me by. Don't tell what I've only been chasing. I'm changed. Whatever found in my pain. The ground. I'm rising up from the ground, from the bottom. Can't hold me down, hold me down. I'm rising up. I'll be down, all the demons creeping in, oh. Another round trading shots with my ego. Running can't stop me now. Your chains only drag me down. I've battled hard with the face in the mirror. Every scar makes me take down deeper. Push it till there's nothing more. Cause I'm stronger than I was before. It's time to stand up, stand up.
I think it's 90 to 110. That'd be my guess. All right, welcome back, everybody. If you're banging out your burpees, go ahead and continue to do so. You are welcome to, as we play the movie, get up. This is not your grandparents' movie theater. You are welcome to go bang out burpees in the front. Try not to block the screens. If you need to get up, we do not have. There's no official menus. We don't have people delivering food and drinks to your seats. So sorry about that. Maybe next time that we have one of these events. But let's go ahead. You know, I'll use a Brian line. Like, if I ate popcorn, then I'd pull up a bucket. So if we ate popcorn, we'd have some. And you know what's funny? Who do I have any team in the room? I'll figure out. Kalman, you think someone would sell us one of those big jumbo bags of popcorn that we could divvy up? We'll see what we can pull together in the next 30 minutes and maybe take an intermission and hook up some popcorn. All right, so you met the producer of this film, Hero. As they talked about, we were there for the premiere in Toronto. Let me make sure I get the right URL. So theheromovie.com, no dash, just theheromovie.com. It's going to be streaming there or available there for 1 week. So if you want to rewatch it, you can head to that URL. If you're watching a live stream, you can check it out there as well. We know that sometimes streaming movies go through Zoom in different sorts of ways. So head over there, sign up. You can register. You can watch that free for a week. As Giovanni mentioned, you'll also get a really nice offer. Get to watch some incredible content and stuff on the backside of that. So theheromovie.com. Fired up to watch this tonight, and then we'll be back to wrap up after the movie is done. Again, if you would like to film a video testimonial for Areté, we had some folks sign up. We also have a few open spots. So at some point, if you feel inspired, just again pop out. You can watch the movie for free for a week. So we would appreciate anyone else who feels moved by the book, by Brian's work, who wants to just record a quick video out there. And with that, this is Hero.
Hey everyone, Nick Nanton here. I am the director of the film Hero, and along with all the amazing producers at Abundant Studios and Geo and Archangel, we are so excited to share this film with you. Just a few quick remarks for you before we let you watch the film. Number one, when Geo came to me with this idea, I instantly loved it. And I went out and sought the 4 best stories in the world that I knew that I could share this message through. And thankfully, they all said yes. Now, the biggest thing I want you to not do while watching this movie is compare your story to their stories. Please do not compare your story to their stories. That's not the point of this. I assure you, you have an equally amazing story, because I have told thousands of stories of people all across the globe, and they all feel like their story's not that good. Even the people in this film said, "Are you sure my story is not that special? It's not that incredible." We all feel that way about ourselves. So please don't compare your stories to theirs. The one thing I do want you to do is to realize that the hero within you is what's going to get you to the next level. That's the person you need to grow and develop and rely on, because that is the hero within you that's going to help you accomplish what you are put on earth to do. So enjoy the film, share it with friends, share it with family. Thank you so much for being a part of this and supporting us. We want to make more positive impact in the world. So please do share. And thanks so much for joining us. Take care.
Okay, Mandy, so I think I've worked this out. So you're deaf?
Yes, I lost all my hearing when I was 18 years old.
Wow. And how old are you now?
29. So it's 10 years.
And Mandy, what are you going to sing?
I'm going to sing a song that I wrote called Try. After I lost my hearing, I gave up. But I want to do more with my life than just give up.
In December of 2001, I had reached my peak as it relates to what I was doing illegally.
Your opportunity, okay? Every day matters, every day counts, okay? Okay, so do the work, try your best.
Just bringing in tons of money, and I had a whole crew working for me. I had girlfriends all over the place, a car. It was just out of control, as a 19-year-old. The devil will open the door for you and give you a whole lot of things. But at some point, the devil's going to come back and knock on that door and say, okay, now what are you going to do for me?
I have a very close relationship with fear. I have a very close relationship with darkness. You know, as you win, you hold on to all the stuff that you are. Your ego attaches you directly to your results. Dominic is just in a class by himself, longest winning streak of anything UFC champion. Tail of the tape for this title. I had such a good relationship with fear. I was like, I don't need to let go of it. I'm winning. Winning's all that matters. Dominic Cruz, Tony Garbrand, bantamweight title on the line. Then you lose.
Days in. 10 days into 257 days at sea, and I faced the biggest barrier I had out of the whole trip. We were 500 miles offshore. We'd already experienced 2 massive tropical storms, 40-foot waves that even the Cornish coastline in a force 9 gale couldn't prepare me for. What we set out to do was to set 2 world records, being the first all-female crew and the first ever Ford's crew to row across the Pacific Ocean. And during that time, I had 10 days solidly of seasickness, where I couldn't keep food down, I couldn't keep water down, and each time I just had to keep getting back up and getting on the oars. And to top it all off, at 10 days, just 10 days into this trip, I went and checked the hatches, and where the batteries were kept, it was full of water. And for most of you, I'm sure you're aware, water and electricity don't really mix too well. And certainly when you're out in the middle of the Pacific with no other support, the last thing you want is to then have a small fire on the boat. And that's exactly what we were faced with.
The whole journey in itself was always about, what can I learn from this? This isn't about me doing an expedition. This is about, what can I learn from testing my boundaries and my self-awareness and development to help others on their journey.
There is a certain typical hero sequence of actions, which can be detected in stories from all over the world and from many, many periods of history. Essentially, you might say the one deed done by many, many different people. someone who has found or achieved or done something beyond the normal range of achievement and experience.
The hero's journey matters because it's archetypal, and so we're able to see ourselves through that pattern. Myths are stories that have never been but will always be. Myths are lies which tell the truth. Myths are false on the outside but true on the inside. Myths are not just for putting children to sleep, but for waking adults up.
Skywalker was just a farm boy until he received a mysterious message.
The hero's journey, you see it in practically every movie. I think of Star Wars.
Star Wars, starring Mark Hamill. Skywalker, I'm here to rescue you.
I think of The Lion King.
He was born to rule. Everything the light touches.
The first stage is separation and departure, where you go from the known to the unknown.
What am I gonna do?
The second phase is the transition or initiation. It's where you go through the trials and tribulations, where you're really tested.
The dark side. To make evil it is. Any must go.
With any initiation, there's a symbolic death and a rebirth. So you become a new person.
How can I go back? What used to be?
And then the last phase is the return. You have secured the boon or whatever it is that you went out to get, and you return to the village to make the village well.
The achievement of the hero is one that he is ready for, and it's really a manifestation of his character. And it's amusing the way in which the landscape and the conditions of the environment match the readiness of the hero. The adventure that he's ready for is the one that he gets.
Joseph Campbell, I would say he is the father of mythology. He wrote The Hero with a Thousand Faces, which is the work that really introduced him to the world.
I had an idea of doing a modern fairy tale, stumbled across A Hero with a Thousand Faces. It's possible that if I had run across that, I would still be writing Star Wars today.
I think Campbell opened up the eyes of a lot of people and also made them look at their lives differently in order so that they could become the hero within their own story.
The world is a wasteland. People have the notion of saving the world by shifting it around and changing the rules and so forth. No, any world is a living world if it's alive. And the thing is to bring it to life. And the way to bring it to life is to find in your own case where your life is and be alive yourself, it seems to me.
When people think of heroes, they often think of people who have done extraordinary things. But Campbell made us realize that ordinary people every day complete heroic acts.
One thing I've been super fascinated with is the idea that personality isn't permanent and that we can be the script writer, the narrator, and the main character of our own life story. And part of that journey is that throughout your life, your identity not only can change and does change, but you can change it. You can proactively change who you are and who you become, especially if you have big dreams for the future. And I call this identity engineering. You can actually engineer who you are.
Most of us in the self-help space have heard the phrase, follow your bliss, attributed, rightly so, to Joseph Campbell.
My general formula for my students is follow your bliss. I mean, find where it is and don't be afraid to follow it.
Can my bliss be my life, love, or my life's work? Is it my work or my life?
Well, if the work that you're doing is the work that you chose to do because you are enjoying it, that's it. But if you think, oh, gee, I couldn't do that, that's your dragon. It's locking you in.
But there's a whole story that comes before follow your bliss, which is, he says, the hero enters the forest at the darkest path where no one has gone before. And he enters into a fluidly ambiguous landscape. It's like watery. You don't know who you are. And I think when we talk about heroes, we have so much social conditioning about what it is to be a winner, to be successful, to be like victorious in whatever culture you're playing in. But my experience in just becoming myself is it's all been the undoing of me.
When people hear the word hero or even superhero, they think of someone with extraordinary ability. They think of the fictional characters we love in the movies. What we've uncovered is that there's actually a framework, a map, and a blueprint to uncovering what your gifts are, to walking your own personal hero's journey. The hero's journey starts with departure, where the hero leaves their ordinary world, often reluctantly. And Remy's story is exactly that. Born into a family of royalty, was forced to leave to move to New York. And that's how the story unfolds.
I was born in Western Africa, specifically Nigeria. My grandfather was a chief in the Yoruba tribe, and he had like 8 or 9 wives. And my father was a firstborn son. And so being the firstborn son, he inherited the title of chief and obviously the last name. And he was the one that everybody held up to essentially carry on my grandfather's title and carry on his lineage and just do great things. And, he lived up to it. He lived up to it. He ended up getting a full ride scholarship to study engineering and architecture in London, pretty much flew through school. And then he ended up building his network and his wealth in the West. He was one of the first Black men on the board of the World Trade Center in New York City. He was the first Black man on the British Financial Planning Council in Great Britain. And as he amassed his wealth and success, he was of the mindset that I need to take this back to Nigeria because of my royal title, because I'm a chief. I can't just do all of this and be successful here in the West. I need to bring this back to Nigeria. He wanted to create a financial sector in Nigeria where people from all around the world could come and do commerce. So essentially he wanted to create a Nigerian Wall Street. We were actually in New York for like a brief little vacation, and it just happened that he died while we were in the States. And unfortunately, in 1987, the Nigerian government stripped my dad of his most valuable asset, which is now known as Banana Island, but it was once known as, it was originally known as the Lagoon Development Project. And my dad went to court to fight the Nigerian government. He died shortly after. And because so much of his assets and finances were wrapped up in the Lagoon Development Project, when that went away and then he died, we went from rich to poor. I mean, the Nigerian government took absolutely everything. My mother, being an American, after my dad passed away, she was just like, I'm going to go back to my homeland and what I know. And so she brought us back to New York City, specifically the Bronx. And this was the 80s, late 80s, and New York City in general was very, very rough. I mean, the crack epidemic was in full force, prostitution, drug dealers, and then obviously hip hop and rap music had flourished. And so that became a massive influence. It became a huge influence on me, especially not having a father and trying to find something to fill that paternal void. And so, my mom struggled. She worked multiple jobs to provide for my brother and I in order to counter the weak educational system in the Bronx in an attempt to keep us out of the streets as much as possible. She would make us read books and articles and write. And then she would make us study math, and she would make us, study science in an effort to ensure that my brother and I got an education that we needed. She would also take jobs at art galleries and museums to expose my brother and I to various forms of the arts for free, right? Because she couldn't afford it, raising 2 kids by herself in the Bronx. And she would save her pennies to take my brother and I to, a movie sometimes. So she would always do these things in a way to kind of educate us, but also to combat what we were hearing in the streets and the music, and you know, that she was always trying to stay ahead of it because she recognized the potential that my brother and I had, but she also recognized that if she didn't do those things, if she let the streets raise us, then we would end up dead or in prison. And, you know, being a knucklehead and somebody who always went against the grain and opposed authority, despite what my mom did, I still went in the opposite direction. You know, I started out stealing from jobs. You know, I had a job when I was 15 and I lied to get the job. It was a job at a sneaker store called Athlete's Foot, which doesn't exist anymore, which I don't think that was the best name for a sneaker store anyway. Customers would come in and I would tell the customers, if you give me cash, I'll knock off about 20-30% and you won't have to pay tax, and then you could take the shoes. And so I was making all of this money cash wise in this corporate store, stealing sneakers and selling them, you know, illegally. And then, you know, that progressed to selling drugs. And then that progressed to running high level scams where I was essentially stealing people's private information and activating cell phones and selling the cell phones to drug dealers. At that point, I was 18, bringing in thousands of dollars a week. And then at the same time, because of my love for hip hop and rap and the culture, I started a record company with some guys that I grew up with, and I would take the money that I made illegally and launder it through the record company and pay for certain things through the record company. I remember buying my first car, which was a 2001 Lincoln LS. And here I am, this 18, 19-year-old kid driving a $60,000 car around Manhattan, just living a high life. And I became a product of my environment. There was a song by a rapper named Biggie Smalls, and there's lyrics in the song that I live by, and it's, you either sling and crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot. And so, you know, it's either you're selling drugs or you're playing sports. And I was either playing sports, selling drugs, rapping, doing it all in order to make sure that, you know, I lived the life that I thought was right, that I thought I needed to live. And yeah, that led me down a really bad path.
Most of us grew up in childhoods that were out of our control. Most of us grew up at the hands and mercy of the consciousness of the adults around us, you know, and it's a crapshoot. We don't know where we're going to end up, right? We can have theories about karma and destiny, but really it's a crapshoot. We're conditioned in childhood to believe that we can have control, and our parents use control on us. But true wisdom realizes that you have very, very little control. All you have control over is how you perceive your reality in this moment. Reality may not be under your control, but how you perceive it right here, right now is.
In the hero's journey, we start to realize what we're truly desiring, what's really important to us in the heart. And then what we start to realize is we need to keep the thoughts that empower us to bring those dreams alive. So what thoughts are we choosing? Wait a second. Did I even know that I can choose my thoughts? We wake up in the morning avalanched by thought. Other people's thoughts, thoughts from yesterday, thoughts from 20 years ago, thoughts about the news and what's going on in the world. But we get to choose the thoughts we want to keep. And so if we choose the right thoughts, we're now empowering the seed of the dream that we found in our heart, in our mind, and we can see it through our imagination. Now we can take and we can speak words to that. We can take action towards that to become the thought leader of our own life and the hero of our journey.
Phenomenal leg kicks. There was a good upper. Head kick. Dom's head is all over the place. It's such a wide arc. Look at your legs. See that? There he goes again. Oh, Dominic's combination. Drew's looking fast early. You know, Dominic has had quite a few serious injuries where he required surgery. But on the plus side, at 35, young 35.
All these things, I kind of thought of them as like they were a dream. They weren't real.
You developed a really unusual fighting style. I could watch you like as a silhouette. Someone could show me a silhouette of you moving around. I go, oh, that's Dominic Cruz. Your style is very uniquely yours.
I started when I was 19 years old back in 2005. And I've been doing it since then. So that's part of it, is that just years and years of fighting and facing different people and seeing what the issues were. My mindset said I have to fight different because this is a new sport with new rules and different equipment than's ever been seen in the history of this world. And so I said, all right, so I need to move nonstop. I can't sit still like I do in boxing or kickboxing because you're going to get taken down. Almost every other martial art, they attack down a straight line. And so I knew I could take away most of their weapons just by changing the plane that I fought on.
On this journey, we all face adversity. It's part of the journey. We have to. An incredible example of facing adversity is Dominic Cruz, pound for pound, one of the best UFC fighters of all time. The next step of the hero's journey is part of the initiation phase. The hero meets their guides, the people who give them the map, that give them the tools on their journey, that show them how to defeat their biggest obstacles, their biggest dragons, their biggest fears.
I think when we come into this world, we're nothing but pure love. And then when the world hits you, that's where you start to see your shadow and start to see the dark side. But when you first come out, there's nothing but love there until you see something different. At 2 years old, I saw something different. I got dropped off at a lot of babysitters. My dad was in and out doing his own thing with drugs, and my mom was taking care of me, working her job, leaving me at babysitters. You know, I got abused a little bit, got some bad stuff happened to me. And so at that age, at 2 years old, I learned really quick I was the only one that was going to keep myself safe because I couldn't really talk. So while I'm being abused and getting dropped off week by week at this babysitter, I have visions of this wall that you drive by every day, and that would make me scared. And I remember being sick to my stomach every single day, seeing that wall, knowing where I was going next. And that's all I have as a memory. And then the abuse itself. By 5, I knew I could like communicate a little bit better. My dad took me to the room because my mom and my dad were arguing. And he said, you're going to be, I need you to be the man of the house. I need you to take care of your brother. I need you to take care of your mom. I'm not going to be able to be here. And so you're the man of the house. My dad reiterated it to me as I've gotten to know him much older. He's gone now, but he talked to me about it and said, yeah, your little chest puffed up and you got so proud when I told you that. And I remember looking at him thinking, how could you do that to me? But in the end, it ended up being exactly what I needed, apparently. It's so ironic how that works. 12 years old, I started doing martial arts. I moved out by 18. Shortly after that, had to get a job. I couldn't afford to wrestle because, you know, you had to go to practice 2 times a day. And I had to work multiple jobs to pay my rent. So no more wrestling. Because of the friends that I had, I would get in a lot of trouble on the weekends. I just never got caught. I would do stupid stuff, but just not get caught. And the stupid stuff I would do is I would go out and fight. If I had a weekend off, I would drink a bunch of beers and then go to like house parties. And then they would always go real good in the beginning. And then you just get jumped. I have a specific memory, one where I'm walking to the car to go home and, you know, the guys come out and they're like saying whatever they're saying. And you kind of know when you're leaving the party that it's going to happen or it's not. So I'm prepared if it does, but you're hoping it doesn't. So you're walking to your car and they come out and you're just ready. You know, you're about to get into a scrap. And I grab the dude and I throw him in my car because my car door is open when he comes to me. And now he's trapped. Now it's over. Like now he's not going anywhere. And I'm just beating the shit out of him. And then a guy gets behind me, which you can't see behind you either when you're in that situation. So while he was screwed, I was screwed too. So the guy got behind me and planted his feet and threw like, I don't know, 20 punches to my ribs because I'm facing inside bent over. That drops me. And then they stomped me under the car. But the good thing is the car saved me, because it's like, if I don't go under the car, I'm getting stomped out all night. So hiding under the car saved me, come out the other side, and then you run. At that point, get out of there. I was just at a time where you're ready to test yourself. I just kind of felt like I needed to get beat up a lot, I think. And if you couldn't do it, then I proved that I'm really hard to beat up, and that could transition to something else maybe. I don't know. It made no sense, but I did it.
On this season of The Ultimate Fighter, 16 of the country's best unsigned mixed martial arts fighters are about to get the opportunity of a lifetime.
Many fighters dream of season 1 of The Ultimate Fighter. It had just started. It was on Spike TV. It wasn't mainstream. It's still illegal in every state. Nobody knows about it. And the only time you're going to see it is on Indian reservations, because it's illegal, because it was so violent. I'm just coaching wrestling. And then my friend says, hey, I went to this local kickboxing gym. You got to come with me. And I'm like, dude, I don't punch. I don't kick. He's like, you got to come with me. You're going to love it. We'll just beat the shit out of each other. And I'm like, yeah, okay, let's try it. And I go, and of course, he was right. I fell in love with it. And I was like, man, I already know how to wrestle so well that if I learn this, I'm going to be a real problem in the streets. I'll be able to keep myself safe. My family, I need to learn this. So I started doing it. I stayed focused for a year at the kickboxing nonstop, and then kept coaching wrestling at the same time. So now I'm cross-training wrestling and kickboxing. Started beating people up in the gym, and then had my first fight about a year into that process. A local MMA fighter came in. He had a fight coming up. They asked me to spar him, because at this time it's hard to find people who know how to fight, because it's illegal. So it doesn't exist. We're considered human cockfighting psychopaths at this point. John McCain said it himself. So to find people to train with is hard. So to find me, some dumb kid willing to kickbox this pro guy, they're like, yes, great. So I ended up breaking his nose, beating him up real bad, and he couldn't go to his fight. And so they're like, hey, well, you broke his nose. He can't fight. Do you want to fight? We'll get you a fight. And I'm like, I guess. Now is the beginning.
In all of these cultures, whatever the costume the hero might be wearing, what is the deed?
The simple initiation ritual, where a child has to give up his childhood and become an adult, has to die, you might say, to its infantile personality and psyche, and come back as a self-responsible adult. To get out of that posture of dependency, psychological dependency, into one of psychological self-responsibility requires a death and resurrection.
Let's try to do this right. Shots, dead bodies.
Bad Boys. That movie had a huge impact on me, because that was the first time I said to myself, I could be a hero. Yes, I'm Black. Yes, I'm from the Bronx. Yes, I've made a lot of mistakes. Yes, I don't have the best education. Yes, I thought I could only be a drug dealer or a hustler or a rapper, but no, like, there's something else out there. There's a bigger world out there. Like, I have the potential to be a hero and still be cool and still maintain who I am.
Myths and dreams come from the same place. They come from realizations of some kind that have then to find expression in symbolic form.
Art is very powerful. I truly believe storytelling has the ability to change lives drastically, save lives in some cases, or destroy lives.
A very common one that appears in Celtic myths of someone who has followed the lure of a deer or animal.
I was seeing that they were trying to legalize fighting in all these states, and I saw the direction opening up.
Winner, Forrest Griffin. I had made so much money and had girlfriends all over the place, car. It was just out of control.
And carries him into a range of forest and landscape that he's never been in before.
I ended up getting involved in a deal with a drug dealer that went bad.
I was 6-0. I'd beaten everybody in Arizona in the region, and I just packed all my stuff in my car. And so I went and fought in California.
Leaving the realm of light, which he controls and knows about.
Sold him the foams. They were supposed to last 90 days. They lasted a week.
And moving toward the threshold.
Then I ended up fighting here and meeting my coach. And then he gets me my first fight against Areté, which is my first big title fight out of the region, and it's televised.
And I was terrified for two reasons. There were people who were getting caught, getting prosecuted, and sent to federal prison.
And it's at the threshold that the monster of the abyss comes to meet him.
Secondly, the dude came to my house and essentially, threatened my life.
And I'll never forget, I made $3,000. I got $3,000 to show up and $3,000 to win.
And you suddenly find yourself in full career of an adventure.
And I essentially lost everything.
And I lost.
You run the saber.
The WAC featherweight champion, the California Kid.
Made $3,000. That was the biggest check I'd ever made in my career at that point. And I knew I did well, so it gave me confidence. And I said, okay, this is it.
I was miserable in a really dark place, but it was necessary. I needed to lose everything so that I can get to this point months later, which in June of 2002, when that was the beginning of my transition into the military. That's where the journey started, and it was rough.
In the first minutes of day one at Bud's training in Coronado, California, Class 234 is falling apart.
You don't make it. Guess what happens? You do it again.
Every student harbors an inner belief that he can become a Navy SEAL. But when seconds seem like hours, enduring the moment can challenge anyone's commitment.
This was June of 2002. I walked down to the Navy recruiter's office. I was presented with this Navy recruiter named Tiana Nadine Reyes. And she was like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. And here I am trying to profess it. She's like, oh, okay, big bad Navy SEAL. All right, let's see. The next thing she did was she ran my background. She discovered I had 2 warrants out for my arrest. I got up and I got ready to leave the office. And she said to me, where are you going? I said, I'm getting out of here. I'm not trying to go to jail today. And she said, don't go out there. I said, why? She said, there's nothing out there for you. And I said, well, what do you want me to do? She said, do you have a suit? I said, no. She said, come back tomorrow with some nice clothes on. I said, for what? Like, you're going to turn me into the cops? What? She said, no. And she snapped at me, her thick Puerto Rican ass. Just do what I said right now. Like, I'm trying to help you out. And she had me jump in a government vehicle with her and was able to get me in front of the judge, advocate on my behalf. And she told the judge, hey, this kid's made mistakes. He still has potential, but there's no way he could join the military with a criminal record, with warrants out for his arrest. And the judge said, hey, if this guy is adamant about turning his life around and joining the military after 9/11, then yes, I'll expunge his record. That snuck me into the Navy. When I got to boot camp, I was totally unqualified in every way. You have to be able to swim, which I couldn't. And you have to be able to do a certain amount of push-ups and sit-ups and pull-ups, which I couldn't. I just put in the work. I didn't have a car. I would run 3 miles uphill to a pool, jump in the shallow end of the pool, try to figure it out, run 3 miles downhill back to the barracks. So I had to go uphill just to get to the pool. And then as time passed, and I would ask the lifeguard, hey, can you talk me through this? Because I don't know what I'm doing. And the lifeguard would talk me to it. He couldn't come down and teach me how to swim because he's a lifeguard. So, but he would essentially talk me through the stroke. Got to SEAL training. It was horrible.
You give me your name, you check in with your time, and then I'll tell you to go.
Every single day you're planting that seed. You're bringing them a situation where they have to struggle to overcome some kind of obstacle. You get most of it's from that.
I could take the beatings, I could take the runs, all the obstacle course, all the physical, underwater knot tying and drown proofing with my hands tied behind my back, all the breath holding stuff.
Come back. Come back to the light.
I could take that. I was built for that, you know. The name calling, all this stuff, the Bronx prepared me for all of that. The issue for me was a distance swims in the ocean. I put the fins on, the duck feet on, and I was like, well, what the heck are these? And then I'm trying to swim where I didn't know what I was doing, and I was barely able to stay afloat. It was gnarly. It wasn't fun at all. I never forget on day one, we did an evolution called wetsuit appreciation, and it sucks. And this is January, and it was freezing cold in the San Diego Bay. And we had to essentially swim in the bay, you know, from one point to another point with no wetsuit. And I got in the water and I'm kicking with all my might and I'm not going anywhere. The instructors, you know, walked up to the pier and they were just like, how the hell do you show up to SEAL training and not know how to swim? And all I said was, hoo-yah. They was like, no. Because that was typically the answer for everything. It was hoo-yah. And I could hear all instructors, because they had now congregated by this one instructor. I heard them say, this dude's not going to last a week. He's going to be gone.
Key to it, stay relaxed.
And I just remember standing there just like, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it.
From 2007 to 2010, I moved into a one-bedroom studio in a casita in back of somebody's house. And after that loss, I said, okay, this is it. Eat, sleep, drink, fighting, no girlfriend, no family, no friends, nothing. Literally nothing for 3 years solid. Run to the gym, no car, run home, sleep, do it again, eat, sleep, repeat without a miss. In 2010, I get my first title shot again after losing, and it was against a guy named Brian Bowles, who had been finishing everybody. He'd finished the last 5 guys he'd fought, meaning you choked them or you knocked them out. He had finished all of them. And so I was obviously like, I felt like I had my hands full. By the 3rd round, I'd beaten his ass so bad, he gave me the belt. He just handed it to me. Beat him, won the title. He said he broke his hand. I broke my hand the same round he broke his. Of course, I didn't talk about it. He did because he needed an excuse, and that's the solid truth. And then I was like, wow, I'm champion. I quit my job that day. I quit at the gym. I still stayed in that one-bedroom studio. I bought a Honda Civic, which was the first car I'd ever bought. The only thing I'd ever bought. It was $19,000. I was very proud of that car. I miss it. I was 14-1 now, and I hadn't bought anything. When I stayed focused like that, I didn't lose again for a very long time.
There he comes. And a flurry coming from Dominic Cruz, dropping your hands. Oh, nice tip down by Dominic Cruz. Winner by unanimous decision. Oh. Oh, right hip knee lands, follow the nice look. Go for the right hand. No, what a detail. The new and first ever USA champion of the world. Favor against Dominic Cruz in our main event of the evening. And they had to kick.
Tocado Takaya Mizugaki, viene con todo Dominic Cruz, tiene el cinto de regreso, está tocado el japonés, está tardando el referee, se está tardando y lo terminan a Takaya Mizugaki. ¡Qué regreso de Dominic Cruz!
Ready? Yeah. Don't kick me. Okay.
A lot of years of not getting beaten, a lot of years of injuries. I dealt with 3 ACL reconstructions. I've had 10 hand surgeries, ankle surgery, nose surgery. I've got a plate in my left forearm. I mean, I just got a lot of injuries. So I would heal, fix them, come back. Heal, fix them, come back. Just get hurt, come back. Get hurt, come back. You hear so many people, I hurt my knee and then I never came back. I hurt my hand and then, you know, that was it for me. And it was like, to me, I was like, man, if I hurt my knee and this is it, like, how many people have been in this situation? It's like, I got to show that this can be done.
I knew going in that I had something going on because I was spitting up chunks of blood. I also knew that if I reported it to the doctor, that I would have to start day one of, and you got to get, I was in buds for 3 weeks. Like the first 3 weeks is hell. I mean, I want to say 250 guys or something like that started. And by the time we got to hell week, it's like 60 of us left.
The bell sounds, and 8 more men ring out of class 234.
So I hid my illness from the doctors when I went and did my med checks. And we had this evolution where we run about like 8 miles with the board on our heads. It's extremely painful. Feels like your neck's going to break. And I'm just hurt. I couldn't breathe. It was like I was breathing through a straw. And the instructors were just screaming at me, "You're sandbagging. You need to quit. You're sandbagging. You can't swim anyway." And that's when I hit the deck. I literally pretty much almost died. They had to do a sternum rupture to kind of bring me back to consciousness. Threw me in an ambulance, took me back to Bud's Medical. They had a chest x-ray machine there, looked at my lungs like, holy crap. This dude wasn't lying, like his lungs is done. It was like, this guy has severe pneumonia in sight. And then I had rhabdo when my body started eating my muscle for energy. I was in the ICU for a week. Almost died, literally almost died.
Champion, you are supposed to be revered by everybody. Everybody's supposed to look up to you. Everybody does look up to you. And when you do something like that,
I was at a point after my 3rd knee surgery that I didn't know if I was ever going to compete again. So I had to go get another job. And so I tried out for TV.
I don't know when to call, say Dan Henderson to stop, Sam Stout. I don't know when to say that. Nobody has that right. But I will say that
I didn't have money. My sponsors had left me. I didn't really have a lot of support. And they said I did well, so they kept bringing me back. And that gave me a little bit of paycheck, and it gave me a little bit of hope in my heart. But moving into that position also made it hard because now I'm building the guys that I want to beat up. I'm talking about everybody in my division, and I'm talking great about them because I'm promoting them for the organization. The hard part for me was being an analyst. While I knew I wanted to compete, and I knew I was better than a lot of these guys in my mind, and I had to say how great they were.
talking about your hand when you open it, not being able to close it. I've fought with broken hands. And
about the hands?
Yeah.
I'm not, because I was in the fight. You was in the fight.
But I'm
So
just
you
telling
can't tell me nothing.
I'm telling you because I have broken hands. You can open them and close them as much as you want.
Well, I couldn't at that point. I don't know why you coming at me. I don't know what's your
coming at
drift
you, I'm
or what.
asking.
No, I'm saying you coming at me like
it was a toxic moment. It was, I don't have any relationship skills. I've got a girlfriend I'm making my life hell with this girl on my own. I'm just a wreck. It was very hard. It was one of the toughest times of my life.
When you think about the shadow, the archetype of the shadow, Jung in his process of individuation, which is pretty much bringing all aspects of your psyche into one, Jung was saying, becoming who you were meant to be, one of the first parts is accepting the dark side within yourself, so that you do not project that dark nature on the others. I don't know if you ever overcome it, okay, but you accept it as a part of yourself, and in doing so, I think that brings on more compassion and empathy because you realize that you've met the enemy, and the enemy is I.
After I got released from the hospital, I came back to Bud's compound. My class had already graduated Hell Week, and I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if I was going to get dropped or what the case may be. And I got into my barracks and sat there, and all the guys had moved out. And I just remember staring out the window, and then There was a knock at the door, and it was Chief Fortin and the Master Chief who was in charge of first phase. And they came in, and I'll never forget, they were just like, the Master Chief was like, "I'm so glad you didn't effing quit." She's like, that's what we look for in this. We look for a guy who's gonna like go, he's gonna be dead, but he's gonna still be going and still be going. And we would have never known that you were really sick if you quit, you know, so we're so glad you didn't quit. He said, "Yeah, good on you for not quitting, but guess what? You got to start day one all over again." So I had to start all over again. Day one, they put me in a swim program, and for 4 months, that's all I did was like swim. And once I passed my first swim class back up, my pride was through the roof. And so on the weekends, I'd go down to the Gaslamp District and party and chase girls, and I was too hungover from partying. After passing my swims, I got to second phase, which was dive phase, and I failed my first 2 swims. And when I failed it, I went to an academic review board, and I remember getting kicked out, and it's like, "All right, we'll drop you from the course." And it was crushing. It was humbling. I was slated to go to 1st Marine Division and get on the front lines. But through the grace of God, you know, after I did a deployment with 1st Marine Division, my LPO knew my work ethic, and he knew I wanted to go be a SEAL. He talked to the Command Master Chief and was like, "This guy has what it takes. I think he could make it," and went back to SEAL training.
You just all right. Down, up.
Time has started.
Great again. Now warm it up. 1, 2, 3, 6 times 3. Hurry up. Hurry up. 18. Oh.
Yeah, did it all again. It was painful, but hey, it is what it is. You know, I wanted it. You know, if you want something, you know, you're not going to quit. You're just going to keep going. You know, I learned from my mistakes, learned from my failures, and crushed my swims, and did everything I needed to do, and made it through SEAL training. Made it through and became a frogman.
I ended up going about 3 years, maybe more, 3.5 years without being active other than one fight.
Keep an eye on it.
There's that head kick he's looking for. Takedown. Big takedown for Cruz. First takedown of the fight. TJ right back up to his feet. And Dominic takes him down again. Make it 2. Wow. Oh, they go the distance. Wow, what a fight. What a fight. Dillashaw.
Fought Dillashaw, and I beat him for the title.
From a technical standpoint, amazing fight to watch.
I come back and they gave me the title fight against Cody Garbrandt in 2017. You have to approach everybody with a different mentality in the mind and leading into the fight. And Cody was the type of guy that when I fought him, he does better the more you break him down, because he's the guy that wants to prove, "Oh yeah, you think, oh yeah, okay, I'll show you. Oh yeah, okay, I'll show you."
Keep your fling on the string, keep your mouth shut.
yeah.
This is big boy
I'll
business.
come across there right now, dude. You're a room away.
Go ahead, come over here.
Yeah.
Come on, turd. Let's go.
Unhook him.
Oh, I hope he comes. Bring it. Come on. Come on. Come on. You coming? You coming, little boy?
He just gets a fire out of that. So I learned that in that fight.
Dominic Cruz. Cody Garbrandt. Bantamweight title on the line.
Leading into the fight, I had a blown out shoulder and both my feet were completely compromised, which you don't talk about that because it sounds like an excuse. But this is the facts and this is the documentary. So I'm going to tell you now, and my feet were.
He is talking trash to Dominic and laughing at him.
I had plantar fascia tendonitis. I came back from 3-year layoff, so coming right back into 5-round title fights did not make my feet feel very good. I couldn't walk. So I had to shoot them up with Botox. I did 75 injections on each foot.
He stunned him again. Dominic's in big trouble.
By shooting up my feet, I lost my footwork.
One more time. Very good. The distance.
It's a very humbling experience to lose, but it becomes a lesson as well where you really get to look at your ego and you get to look at what works. When you're in your ego, that's the only thing that attaches to the loss. That's what the loss has done for me. It's given me the notice of who's talking to me. Am I my ego? Am I my shadow? Am I normal? Of all these voices, all these things going on, what am I? When you lose, you face all these things. You face them. You face the shadow. You face your ego, and you're either separate from it and you can move on, or you attach yourself to your results.
Yeah, I had a great career as a SEAL. You know, I feel like I lived the best of both worlds because I got to do the intelligence side of things, which is like meet with sources, build intelligence packages, and then gear up in my operator gear and with my platoon and go kick down doors and go after HVTs, which stands for high value targets. My second son had been born in January 2015. That's when I had to make the decision. Am I going to like keep doing this thing, or am I going to get out and just completely sever ties with the military and try another life? You know, being a SEAL, you're gone a lot and you have to dedicate a lot of time to it. It's hard to be a family man. Having had a father who died when I was 5, because I knew what it was like to not have a father in my life. And so I made the decision to get out, got out in January 2016. And I had some ideas of what I was going to do. And those ideas didn't quite work out quite like I expected it to. In May of 2016, I was contacted by somebody who works with Michael Bay, which crazy story because of 2 films that inspired me to be a SEAL with 2 Michael Bay films. And this woman was like, hey, Bay's looking for somebody with your background to just work one day on Transformers. It's not going to be a lot of work, but it's just one day. You'll be standing around. And are you interested? And I said, sure. And went up to LA, and that one day ended up a week later turning into 3 weeks. It was in that period that I was like, this is what I want to do full time. Like, I want to work in the film and TV business. Like, I have the ability to do this. Like, I want to do this. And so that was the beginning of where we are right now, acting/consulting on Transformers. And then I started getting some other consulting jobs. And then Michael Bay hired me again to work on 6 Underground for Netflix, consult on that. And then I have a movie coming out in January called Plane, in which I acted in with Gerard Butler, acted on a TV show for Amazon called Terminal List, 2 episodes of that. And then there's the 3rd movie I did with Bay called Ambulance, which Jake Gyllenhaal was in, and Yahya Abdul-Mateen, and Easy Gonzalez. It was during that time that I was like, I really want to write. I've written and directed 2 projects, short films, but 2 projects. And one of those projects has led to my first feature directorial debut, which will come this summer, right? So, you know, it's just all about adapting and learning and growing. I heard a quote the other day that really spoke to me, and it goes something along the lines of when change stops happening, death begins to set in. I mean, that's the biggest thing. I think that so many people avoid trying or doing certain things because they're scared to fail. And so my thing is, you got to be okay with failure, because there's so many lessons that come out of failures.
Where does that come from?
And that just comes from not wanting to be poor and not wanting my kids to be poor. It's just that simple. You know, I don't want to go back to that again. And I understand in order to, you know, not be poor, you got to stay hungry. You got to be self-motivated.
It's amazing the pivots you have in your life, and when you kind of look back at them, you can see just how powerful they were. But I came from a Irish bricklaying family where it was a case of, well, okay, you're born into this. This is it. That's it. Don't dream out of it. And of course, like being over the age of 20, I didn't have Instagram and Facebook to prove to me how inadequate my life was. So I had this agitation in me, and my mum would take me into London to literally go window shopping. She would literally just go around the department stores, would never go in. And I never realized it until later on, but we never actually went inside these places. And then one day we were walking up Bond Street, still very famous, the most affluent area for shopping in London. And we were stood on one side of the road, and it was opposite the Gucci that still stands there today. I've taken my kids in there for this story, for this purpose. And we were stood on the side, and she literally is straining her neck to look over the road into this window. And it had this window display, and there was like a single solitaire handbag in there. And she's straining over. So I thought to myself, oh, she wants to go and see this handbag. So with that, I step off the curb to walk across the road to go to the thing. As I step off the curb, there was no traffic. I'd checked on this. There was no traffic. Yanks my arm back so hard that it almost pulled it out of my socket. I was only a little kid at the time. And she scolded me. She literally turned around and she said, what are you doing? I said, well, I thought we were going over to look at the handbag. I thought it's what you wanted to do. She was like, we don't go in there. That's not for us. And with that, turned around and we walked off. And I remember she was pulling me away. I actually turned back around and I arched. Can I look at it? I wanted to see what she had seen because I wasn't seeing it. I saw a handbag in the window. And she was seeing a monster. She was seeing something that quite simply terrified her. And I was about to confront her with it by taking her across the curb, so much so that she did hurt my arm by pulling me back. And I remembered at the time there were people that were willing to accept, and there were people that were willing to do something about it. They were willing to solve, stand up, stand out. And it was that something that I didn't know what I had or what lessons she'd just given me. But I knew something changed that day.
The hero's journey transformation can't begin until there's a transformation of thought where the hero learns a crucial lesson that shifts how they think. And that change of thinking leads to change of action, leads to change of behavior, and leads to change of identity. Our next hero learned a huge lesson about shift in identity when she lost her hearing, and also exemplifies what it means to deal with adversity because she was told she could never sing again, she could never perform again. And her story leads to her performing on America's Got Talent.
As long as I can remember, I've always had problems with my hearing. I was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, so it's a connective tissue disorder. You know those tests that they give you at school where you're just like, I have never once successfully passed one of those tests. I've always been the problem. I didn't turn to sound right away when I was a baby. It took me a few months. And then from there, had a lot of infections, a lot of surgeries, tubes in and out and in and out and in and out. And there was a large chunk of time when my eardrums just stopped vibrating for some reason. just stopped. It was told to me so often that in the future I would lose my hearing, that you just grow up understanding that you're weird. You're understanding that you're the only different one. You're the problem of the group. And you get very comfortable sitting in the front row at school in the spit zone where the teacher stares at you. And if they're not looking at you, you know that you have no idea what's going on. So they stare at you. You're just like, I want to fall asleep in the back with all the rest of the people. But it was maintainable. I had to work harder. I had to be more confident. When I was part of choir, it was always a scary situation because I couldn't hear myself. But as a collective group, I could hear the group. And so I just understood how the layers worked and fit myself in there and just trusted myself. And it was always very scary to think that I might be wrong, but it was okay. I never wanted to be the performer. I wanted to be an educator. I wanted to give people tools. Being a part of a community, being part of a team, when you're alone and isolated, the odd one, the weirdo, it means everything. So I went to college for vocal music education so that I could become a teacher to give people tools to be able to express themselves, to be a part of something. And everything just fell apart. Over a very short period of time, ended up being like 9 months. I went from being slightly hard of hearing to being profoundly deaf in both ears. But I got fitted for hearing aids, which I named Hope. Because of Star Wars, like, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. My dad was using his retirement money, which he didn't have a lot in there, to pay for these expensive hearing aids, but they had a music setting. But they were like $3,000 a piece, and insurance does not cover hearing aids. I started my new semester with hope. And I lost everything. It didn't matter. Hope or not, I was failing. Music theory class, dictation. If you don't have music theory, you don't have a degree, period. You're dropped. Everybody else's pencils are moving but mine. I had no idea that the test had even started. I was walking, trying to figure out, okay, who do I need to set up a meeting with? Who do I need to beg? Like, what is the next step? I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to figure this out. And I'm walking, and this guy, he's on a bicycle and it's icy and I can't hear him coming, but he's screaming because he has lost control of himself. And he hits me and we both go flying. He runs over, he's like, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? And I'm just kind of frozen. And then I move over and my second hearing aid is crushed into pieces. And that's when I stopped. I stopped having hope. I moved home and I tried to start over, but I was extremely depressed. And I didn't feel like a person anymore. I just felt broken, like a failure.
We create all those things that we want to get rid of, all those fragmented parts of ourselves. So the doubt, the neuroses, the obsessiveness, all the fears that sort of this motivational, hyper-motivational culture is always encouraging us to like push away. but those are our creations. And they're not going to relax and calm down and let you think clearly until you tend to those. And that's how I feel about doubt. Like doubt serves a purpose. All emotions serve a purpose. They're coming from this, the unconscious. Everything is meant to be brought up to the light of consciousness. This is the essence of how you become more conscious. You look at what's going on underneath the hood, which for so many people is doubt. Until you lose yourself, until you have that moment of like, it's really quite existential of like, I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know if I'm going to do the same job. I don't know if I'm in the right marriage. I don't even know if I was born into the right family. My observation with lots of people is like, until you enter that fluidly ambiguous landscape and you go, I have no idea who I am. That's when you're really on the path.
Started taking some classes at the community college, and my younger sister, Sam, she ended up graduating a year early so that she could take all the classes with me so that I would have a buddy. She took notes for me. And one of our classes was sign language. So we took ASL 1 and 2 together. I remember the first time that we sat and we were just signing a conversation and it was just understood. It was very basic, like, hi, my name, and how are you? I'm fine, like it was so simple, but it was the start of the change. It was not my idea to get back into music at all. My dad was the person who ended up hooking me in. He just wanted his guitar buddy again. He missed this, just us sitting in the basement, just playing music together. He missed his friend. So he asked me. I didn't want to say yes, but I said yes, and then I couldn't take it back. He's my dad. I respect him, so I started paying attention to my fingers. I was pushing into those strings, and they were vibrating, and I could feel the noise that I was making. Even though I couldn't hear it, I could feel the noise that I was making. And I'm holding on to this beautiful Gibson wide body, so it's huge, and all of the noise is rumbling all the way down my arm, and as I'm digging into the strings on my fingers as well, and I could feel that this wave of sound, and it was the first time I ever really paid attention to the noise that I was making. Even though I couldn't hear it, it was just unfiltered noise that I was feeling everywhere. And I understood in that moment that just because I can't hear it doesn't mean that it's not there. And music didn't give up on me. I gave up on music. And my dad asked me, he's like, hey, why don't you learn a song and try to sing it? I was just like, okay. And he left, and I'm sitting there. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I had to figure it out, at least try to figure it out. And so I had the sheet music and a guitar tuner and a dream. No, and a mirror. And I was just sitting on the floor, and I was like, how do you do this? How does anybody do this? This doesn't make sense. This is impossible. How? Then I got frustrated, so I just started making random noises, and one of the little lights turned green. I was like, oh, oh, oh. What was that? What was that? What was that? I made a G. Can I do it again? No. So I made random noises until one of the lights turned on. It was C. So I held on to C. And then I started doing scales of C. I have practiced scales again and again and again, all day, all night. In choir, you live by scales. So it's like, okay. So if I get to the top and it's C still, then I've done it. So I got it up, C, and then down, C. Okay. And I was like, okay, so how do I retain this? I felt the vibration on my throat. I was like, it's always right here. This is so annoying. So I took a marker and I marked it and I put C on my neck. And then I did a scale, did some other notes. I felt it move. So I was like, okay, this one's D. We're going to put a mark here. And this one here. And then this one we're marking over here. And this one we're marking over here. Looking back, I should have used like a water-based marker, but it was a straight up Sharpie. So I looked like a crazy person, and that stayed for a while. But I was like, okay, can I get back to here? And I could. Okay. Now I just have to do solfege to the next note. Toggle back and forth. And add a new note. Back and forth, and wait for those lights to turn green. And then when I made a mistake, I just start over again. Took me 10 hours to get through the song once. Went to sleep, woke up, forgot the song, had to do it again. But I got through the song. So my dad came home. He comes down into the basement. He's like, oh, let me see what you got. And so he starts playing the chords for me. And I start to sing the song. I found the first one, saw the light. And then I had this wave of feeling. I was like, you're going to fail anyway. So who cares? And oddly, it gave me comfort. It's like, okay, if I'm already a failure, who cares? Where's the stress? So I let it go. And I sang through the song, and I looked at my dad's face, and he's crying. And I was like, ugh, I broke my dad. It was so bad. I broke my dad. And he was just like, you did it. You did a really good job. I was like, yeah, I don't believe you. So we recorded it. And then I sent it to Cynthia because I knew she would be honest.
At that point, I honestly thought, is she delusional? Because I knew that she was deaf.
Those fingers in my hair. She kind of hesitantly said yes to having me do a lesson, so I drove up to Fort Collins. And I've got no defense.
I, just like a good little voice teacher, I sat down and I played a chord, and she sang tonic. She sang, you know, I don't know if I played a C chord, she sang C. And I literally almost fell off the piano bench.
She's like, well, what do you want to sing? And I said, jazz. I've always been addicted. I've always loved jazz. And she's like, okay, cool. So you like jazz? You're going to sing in a jazz club. I was just like, what? Like day one, you're just going to do it live. I cannot tell you the stress. I threw up so much. The fear, just the straight up fear of that moment. But it was beautiful. I ended up coming week after week after week. I became a regular, and I sang every Thursday night at Jay's Bistro. First it was one song, then it was an hour, then 2 hours worth of material. And then I was having my own shows there, and then having shows at other places, and then being asked to talk about my life and my story to other people. And it just kind of scattered from there. And I found myself going to a lot of deaf socials and being surrounded by a lot of amazing people who had a lot of ambition and a lot of dreams. And they had this feeling that they were just as valuable because they were. I kept looking at myself broken and comparing myself to what I used to be and trying to hold on so hard to my past that I didn't realize that there was nothing wrong with being different. I was always different anyway. So I just needed to figure out how best to understand who I was now so that I could let go of who I was and move forward.
Sometimes it seems to me that we ought to feel pity for the hero instead of admiration. So many of them have sacrificed their own needs.
They all have.
And very often what they accomplish is shattered by the inability of the followers to see.
I think people who want to be on television shows are weird. And it's scary. I never wanted to be on national television. That was not an original dream. And performing in front of people that judge you, harshly judge you. No, no, no.
What all the myths have to deal with is transformation of consciousness. That you're thinking in this way, and you have now to think in that way.
But the opportunity came up, and they said, well, would you like to audition?
Well, how is the consciousness transformed?
By the trials.
The test that the hero
Tests
goes.
or certain illuminating revelations. Trials and revelations are what it's all about.
And so I asked my dad what he thought, and I asked my friend Eric Weinmeier what he thought. And I asked and asked and asked, and collectively they all basically said the same thing. What do you want to do with your life? It's a big question. What do you want for breakfast? That's a tough question. What do you want to do with your life? I want to make people smile. I want to show a different side of what a disability looks like. To show that it's okay to fail. Hard, messy, public, just an utter mess. That you have the ability to get back up and to start over, to try again, or to scrap that dream and start a brand new one. And that being my answer, they said, well, why would you not want to do that on a big world stage? It's because I'm afraid. I don't want to because I'm afraid. And Eric said, what's the worst that can happen? Which is the same thing that I always say to myself. I didn't have an answer, so I said yes. And I showed up.
Okay, Mandy, so I think I've worked this out. So you're deaf?
Yes, I lost all my hearing when I was 18 years old.
And Mandy, what are you going to sing?
I'm gonna sing a song that I wrote called Try.
I really tried my best to not let the judges know my story beforehand because I didn't want a pity vote. They were introduced to me for the first time as I was walking on that stage, just like everybody else.
I don't feel the way I used to. Sky is gray, much more than it is blue. But I know and I'll take my place again if I would try. If I would try. There is no one for me to blame.
Simon is a very tough dude. And right before me, he made a person cry. It was a scary moment. You could see in his eyes that he was afraid for me. And when I started, he was genuinely surprised.
If I want to.
I watched his face change from fear to real pride. He was really proud of me. And when he gave me that golden buzzer, he meant it.
I don't think you're going to need a translator for this.
Getting the golden buzzer was weird and surreal. And I still don't really believe it happened all the time. Simon, he just hugged me. And he made a point not to talk until he backed up so that I could read him.
I mean, I've done this a long time. That was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen and heard. Come here.
That entire night, I was like, Dad, what just happened? He's like, I don't know. And I looked at him, I was still shaking. I said, what just happened? And he said, "Baby girl, your life just changed. I don't know exactly what that means, but your life just changed. What are you going to do with it?" It's like, oh, I don't know.
Well, there are two types of deed. One is the physical deed, the hero who has performed a war act or a physical act of heroism. And the other kind is the spiritual hero who has learned or found a mode of experiencing the supernormal range of human spiritual life, and then come back and communicated it. It's a cycle. It's a going and a return that the hero cycle represents.
I got to introduce two of my heroes together because they wanted to meet. So we connect at dinner, and I go, it's Richard Branson and Stan Lee, the creator of all this pantheon of superheroes. And in the car, I remember asking Stan, I was like, look, I'm a huge fan. I'm total fanboy right now, but I need to know, you created all these incredible superheroes. Who's your favorite? And he says, Jim, my favorite is Iron Man. And he said, Jim, who's your favorite superhero? And Stan has this big Spider-Man tie. And I said, it's Spider-Man. And without a pause, in his iconic voice, Stan goes, with great power comes great responsibility. And we've all heard this phrase before. It's in our DNA. And truth be told, I reverse words when I read and when I hear them sometimes, maybe because I had 3 traumatic brain injuries before the age of 12, and I heard something completely different. And I was like, Stan, you're right. With great power comes great responsibility. And the opposite is also true. With great responsibility comes great power. When we take responsibility for something, we have great power to make things better. Superheroes have purpose. Superheroes don't just have powers. That's a big myth, right? You could have these incredible powers, but if you don't use those powers to serve or to be able to support other people, then what good are they? You're not a superhero or a hero.
The arrival of that realization is the power of the hero. It comes with this wisdom of understanding pain, of human struggle. That it's ubiquitous, and it comes with great empathy and great compassion. It doesn't come with hubris or arrogance. And that hero can then create community, create connection, and liberate others. Embracing your life's struggles allow you to alchemize it into beauty, into your greatest triumph.
The final phase of the hero's journey is the return. It's when the hero is transformed and returns back to where they started to bring back the fortune, which is often the lessons they've learned on their journey. Our next hero exemplifies the return in epic fashion. Laura Pinal led the first all-female crew to row the Pacific Ocean from America to Australia.
What a remarkable thing to do. First of all, why? Why did you want to do it? For our 2 charities, Breast Cancer Care and Walking with the Wounded, you know, they haven't had a choice and they've had to go through some big struggles. So everybody's got their own Pacific to cross, like those guys.
Yeah,
and we wanted to row our own Pacific to sort of support those people.
I thought, wow, how hard can it be? I've just got to learn to row because I wasn't a rower. That can't be that difficult, can it? And I wanted to put myself into that position to see, actually, can you, whatever age you are, can you adapt to any given situation if you've got an open mind? Can you learn new skills?
The whole journey in itself was always about, what can I learn from this? This isn't about me doing a tick box in an expedition. This is about, what can I learn from testing my boundaries and sort of my self-awareness and development to help others on their journey. I've never done any of it. I've never rowed before. I've never been out at sea before. I've never put a team together, put a boat together, like put a project together. From the age of like 10, I knew I wanted to be a physiotherapist.
I did everything in my power to figure out, well, how can I become a physio? What do I need to do? What qualifications do I need? And then in parallel, at a young age, you know, I always used to watch the Olympics, and I always said I'd love to go to the Olympics one day. Then suddenly seeing an opportunity in Paralympic sport, and I was like, well, this just combines two of my major passions. And what kind of helped me to get that was working with a charity called the Backup Trust. And we took people with spinal cord injuries to go learning to dive, scuba diving. And it was just great to see that, you know, we're not focusing on the disability, we're focusing on the abilities, and we're harnessing those abilities. So how can we get the best out of people that have overcome significant adversity and continue to thrive in life?
In life, we all get thrown some barriers and some curveballs. And unfortunately for some, those can be bigger than others. And those curveballs can be the very thing that really changes our whole life plan. And for me, working with those people, that's always made me question,
why do we wait for adversity to come to us? Why do we not see what our abilities are now? Like when we've got it available, why do we wait for something that's a curveball? And we wake up and go, oh my God, thank God I'm alive. I'm going to now make the most of it. So I was looking for a challenge, but at the time I was doing triathlon. So I was like, anything that was swimming, biking, running was kind of half expected and felt like it was in my comfort zone. And I remember getting this message from a friend of mine saying, hey, this girl's looking to put a team together to row across the Indian Ocean. Would you be interested? And it literally was a light bulb. I was like, oh my God, ocean. I've never heard of ocean rowing before. And I've never rowed before. I always wanted to do rowing at university, but I never did it. I was like, this is perfect. I wanted to see, how do you step into a space you don't know, but thrive in it? And from there, that idea evolved. It became not the Indian, but the Pacific Ocean.
8,446 miles from California to Hawaii to Samoa, and then to Australia. They reckon it'll take them 6.5 months.
We've got Imperial College, the rowing school, who have been amazing. What we're looking to do is recruit a few more girls so that we can make a squad.
That ended up being about 4 years from an idea to getting to the start line. To a certain extent, naivety was bliss because it really helped to keep the momentum going. Those 4 years were the biggest learnings, in all honesty, reaching out and doing the research, asking questions and bringing different people in to help me.
The team have had help from a sports psychologist to deal with the mental challenge of being confined in a small space in exhausting conditions for more than 6 months.
To actually just get started on launching something is huge, just to get to the start line. And it is so turmoil. It's so backwards and then forwards. It's not simple. It's not straightforward and not necessarily successful. We get to the start line, you know, we push off at 2 a.m. in the morning with our family on the dock, and we're going under the Golden Gate Bridge, like a really powerful and poignant moment. And in that moment, I will not lie, I felt huge relief. I was like, oh my God, thank God, we're here. Like, we've made it. This is it. All we've got to do now is row, eat, sleep, repeat. Like, job done. Until about 10 hours in. We went straight into 2 tropical storms, 40-foot sea.
Out there, we're fighting against the wind and the current as well at the moment.
Then there was the seasickness. There was kind of hallucinations. But alongside that, we then went and checked the hatches.
And I pulled the cushions back. The whole hatch was full of water.
We had flooding in the hatches in the boat. And inside that is our 2 lithium batteries. And then we had a fire in some of the electronics that feed the battery. So everything that could have gone wrong went properly wrong in the first 10 days. We were like 500 miles offshore, and I just had to stop everything. We haven't got electronics, you know, we haven't got a way then of communicating apart from our backup reserves with solar panel stuff. We wouldn't be able to speak to back home. We wouldn't be able to communicate with other ships nearby. We would be on our own in our navigational sort of system, so to speak. I then agreed to turn back in and go to Santa Barbara, but it was a big pill for me to swallow, in all honesty. It was the toughest decision I've ever made.
What we've just done was a perfect insight into the hardships that are going to come. It's going to be a long journey. It's going to be an amazing one.
One of my teammates, Natalia, had said, you know what? We can change our lens on this. Let's just see this as 2 weeks of training in the Pacific Ocean. I wouldn't have had that if I didn't have that sort of diversity and perspective in the boat. We were at sea for 9 months in total. We intended to be at sea for about 6. So it ended up being, I think it was 257 days at sea. You have your sessions on the oars. It was 2 hours on, 2 hours off, 24/7. How do we keep sane in that environment? I'm not sure you would say it's truly sane, but you know, we kept a really great sense of humor amongst the boat. Now, we needed to stop in Hawaii and Samoa to restock the boat for food. We wouldn't be able to carry 6 months plus of food provisions for 4 people on that boat. Isabel wasn't able to do the whole journey due to a family issue. We brought in 2 others that had been part of the recruitment process. So then we kind of then had a new team, you know, so 3 of us did all of it. And then we had these 3 team members that did a leg each. Couldn't wait to step onto shore.
After 257 days, it's good to step on dry land. The Foxless crew, as they're called, which included Laura Penhall from Cornwall, seen hugging her teammate, arrived in Australia late last night. They rowed more than 8,000 miles across the Pacific.
That feeling when you come into land, one of the things that we agreed on is every time we came to land, we would step off the boat, all take our first step together. So we'd link arms and make sure that first step off the boat was as a team. But if you see any of the footage, we step off and then we all tend to sway one way or the other. Walking downstairs was a nightmare.
But also 9,000 miles away in Cornwall. Pupils at Laura's old school, Jerobi Junior and Red Ruth, held a special assembly this morning.
It's amazing that she was able to go across the Pacific Ocean.
It's not about rowing an ocean. Ask yourself the question, when you're faced with those barriers, instead of walking away, just see are there other ways around it, other ways over it or through it? Have you made sure that there's no stone that's left unturned? Have you really given it your 100%?
Never being left with what if, you know, never leave a stone unturned. I think there's so much judgment and there's so much societal, visions that end up being what dictates our journey. And I think if we can bring ourselves back to who we are and that feel and that internal, then those are the people I think really own their direction, they're confident and achieving in what they want to achieve.
There's a proverb that says you can't teach someone something that you don't know, and you cannot lead them somewhere where you yourself are unwilling to go. So in walking the hero's journey, you provide an example for others who are coming behind you.
If you need help, listen, if you need help, ask for help. You guys understand? Yeah.
I was reading In the World's Religion by Houston Smith. He said the best way to train a wild elephant is to yoke it to one that's already been through the process. This way, the wild one will come to see Though startlingly different, it is still viable. So in walking your own path, you leading by example. You walking the talk.
I am one. You'll see. You'll find out.
There's so many times in my life where I could have quit. And if I would have quit at any moment in my life, I would not be where I am today. There's always more in the tank. You could always do more. And a lot of it is mental.
You go through life thinking you're not going to lose, thinking you can control things, thinking you can stay safe. It's all a delusion. None of it's real. And fighting makes that more clear to you than ever. I'm a multiple-time world champion, and I could walk into the gym tomorrow and get knocked out by a nobody. If that's not life, I don't know what is.
I knew going into getting this surgery, I was going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. And I've lost some really beautiful people in my life. But I would never take that back. Because I made this decision for my son. I made this decision for me. And I made this decision for my family. It does not benefit me yet with music. It's not like putting on glasses. I do not have a feeling at all that I need to wear my cochlear implant to feel like a full person. I want the world to understand that not everybody is in a box, a labeled box, that you can be anything. I want the world to understand that you have no idea what I'm capable of. The only person who understands what I'm capable of is me. And I don't even know half the time. I surprise myself daily.
In life, we all get thrown some barriers and some curveballs. It's adaptability that enables you to be able to see things in a new light. It's within us to be able to change our path.
Hi, this is Giovanni Marsico, one of the producers of Hero, and on behalf of the entire team behind this production, thank you so much for watching our film. Now, are you ready for your surprise? You know, when you registered, I promised a gift worth $3,000. And before I get to the surprise, I only have one request. If you were moved, inspired, and motivated by Hero, please help us spread the word. We want as many people as possible watching this film during our World Online Premiere Week. So please share it on social media, tell your friends, and if you have a bigger reach, please email it to your community. Tell everyone to visit theheromovie.com. Now, are you ready for your surprise? So a few weeks ago, we produced an event in my hometown of Toronto called Millionaire. Now, it's important to note that I want to redefine that word to mean someone who impacts 1 million people. We had 300 amazing leaders and change makers and entrepreneurs and CEOs attend. Now, one ticket to this event was $3,000. And we had 15 incredible world-renowned speakers share their genius with us on how to improve our brains, our health, how to stress less, how to achieve more, how to have a better relationship with money, how to have a bigger business, how to publish a best-selling book, how to have better relationships, and so much more. Now, to give you an example, one of the speakers was my friend Jim Quick, a world-renowned memory expert whose book Limitless hit #1 back in 2020. And Another speaker was the incredible Brian Johnson, the founder of Heroic, whose new book, Areté, comes out this November 14th. We also have Mandy Harvey surprise our guests with an amazing performance who was just featured in our Hero movie. I hope you love Mandy. And we hosted a screening of Hero, which ended in a 5-minute standing ovation, which was mind-blowing to me. Now, as a token of our appreciation, after this Hero premiere week is over, we're going to gift you all of the videos from this event, absolutely free. They paid $3,000 and it's our gift to you. You'll receive an email from me on November 20th with details on how to receive these videos. And that's not all. We actually have more gifts, more surprises in store for you. So all of this is going to be free, and all of this is to thank you for supporting our launch. Now, please go tell the world about Hero.
Spend my future in the distance.
What he said. That's a wrap on day 2. Tomorrow is day 1. We've got a jam-packed morning. So we'll be back in here at 9 a.m. Gonna welcome you back and have some fun. Gonna welcome Hal Elrod. In a fitting time, because as you know, best-selling author of Miracle Morning, he's gonna help us have a miracle morning, share a little bit about his hero's journey, his adventure. Then we're gonna take a quick break. Brian's gonna come talk about Heroic, our mission, our vision, all of you being the hero, being the guide, leading others on their own hero's journeys. Do some book signing and wrap it up around 1 o'clock. So that's going to be tomorrow morning. Obviously, you have the evening free. Continue connecting. Did everyone have a good day today? How about that cold plunge? I love seeing all the pictures, everything already showing up on Heroic Social. Show of hands, who is not yet on Heroic Social? All right, if you saw someone at your table with their hand up, go ahead and we'll give them a personalized walk before how to get on, help them make their first post. I saw a couple of those posts the other day. And then Austin Run Club, the Heroic Austin Run Club. Nice work. We got some heroes that have been meeting, running, getting those movement breaks. And I also saw the gym was packed with heroes this morning. We were filling the tubs and the gym was packed with heroes. So great day. Hope you have your hero bars. Do continue to share those hero bars throughout the evening. It's such a powerful conversation starter. And I really love, yes, we went to dinner and then we were walking back and we were asking, hey, who are your heroes? Who was that? And it was such a beautiful way to start conversation, a little bit more about somebody. So what are some of those hero bars that you've been cooking up? And ask that as a prompt and have a fantastic evening. We have one. Oh, okay.
I'm always the random. This is not part of the schedule.
So not the thing you said, if I show up, that's
No,
happening.
it's a different thing.
Okay, perfect.
See, I like to keep things spontaneous, serendipitous, in the goddess flow. So I was outside there a lot with a lot of women. So we had women's circles out in the hall here consistently. So Michael's giving me that.
So
Right?
that's the thing.
What? No, it's not the thing.
Oh, okay.
I just were talking. We decided that we are going to have a very short women's circle for heroic women. Just, we're just sorry, guys, just for the ladies. So if you want to stay after, we're just going to do a little intention setting and just women connecting with women. So that's just the spontaneous. Let's do it.
I thought that was going to be the thing.
Oh,
yeah. You said, hey, I'm thinking about doing women's circle. And you said, if I'm there on stage, it's on. And if I'm not, it's not. So when I was like, oh, yeah, women's circle, let's go.
I know how I run my life.
So love that. I think as we said yesterday, just appreciate each and every single one of you for being here. Brian and I were chatting about just the energy of the room and just, it's so amazing to see so many of you for multiple events in a row now. Who's been here for more than one event? More than 2 events? More than 3 events? Have we done more? Have more than 4 events? Four? So this is like the OG boat crew every time. Great work. And we're just getting started, as Brian will share tomorrow. There's a lot more in store. So thanks again. Gentlemen, let's make our way out of the room.
Oh, there's no rush, but
Everyone, whoa, yeah. There's a post on social, should be on the highlighted feed on today's screen, the featured highlights. I made a post. Just go ahead and drop a comment with your burpees, yesterday's burpees, today's burpees, and everyone on the live stream, including, are we still live streaming? Yeah. Cameron, Dylan, Kristen, if you're watching, I love you. Have a great night. Oh, no, you're good. What's that?
all right, women, I'm